The information provided by the speakers and/or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
Hey guys, I am Nigel O'Connor, a singer for all seasons. I am that voice that moves you for every occasion. I am that voice that celebrates life moments one note at a time. I am Nigel O'Connor. You can contact me at 783-0054 or 754-3154. And oh yes, that's me singing in the background.
Brown Eyes Promotion presents We Outside Tobago Carnival 3, October 24th to 27th, an all-inclusive package, inclusive of breakfast, lunch, and accommodations. Smith Drive, Lowlands, Tobago, opposite Gulf City Mall. Limited spots. Book yours now. Call 713-4029. Accommodation options: 1 bedroom with a kitchenette, 2 beds, up to 4 people, or 2 bedrooms self-contained, 6 people max, queen size, plus single beds. Check-in time 2:30 p.m. Check out 11 a.m. Limited spots available. Prices with breakfast and lunch: $2,000 per person. Breakfast only $1,700 per person. Have payment due by July 31st. Pay off by September 30th. Non-refundable. Payment plans available. For more info and to book your spots, call 713-4029. We Outside Tobago Carnival 3 from October 24th to 27th. All courtesy Brown Eyes Promotion. We do not own the copyrights for the song playing in the background.
I recall more than 3 decades ago, a senior telecommunications manager, let's call him Michael. And Michael was assigned to the task of presenting the government's position at a regional conference. Michael struggled and visibly trembled, especially since he presented after the retired North American ambassador, who had the audience in stitches, laughing up every word. I'm Dr. Madonna Dodd, and I made a silent vow then to help people like Michael who are technically competent, but who struggle and succumb to fear when speaking in public. Now, as a communications architect, I partner with organizations and individual leaders to transform their leadership presence, including the way they express themselves. So, if your goal is to amplify your authentic voice, influence others, and lead with confidence, join me from October 28th to November 11th for our Communicate with Confidence online course. To all the Michaels, it's possible to overcome fear, step fully into your role, and lead with confidence.
During our 3 weeks course, I gained a lot of knowledge and insight on how to communicate with confidence using the different techniques and skills taught. Another thing that resonated for me is the fact that the same way singers prepare their voice, increase their lung capacity by eating healthy, doing the necessary breathing exercises, is the same way someone who is going to present should also prepare their voice. For persons who are interested in participating in this course, I say go for it, because you too will be able to find your coping skills, or how the runners and they just psych up themselves when they're on the start line before they start to be focused to finish that race. You would be able to find your coping mechanism.
Trinidad. It's back for 2 nights only. The explosive hit comedy stage play by Alan Charles. Why Didn't I Get Married? It's not good for a man to be alone. But what about the black woman? Is the church guilty of keeping women single? Or is there really a man shortage? Come laugh, cry, and think at a show that's more than a play. It's a conversation, not for the easily offended. Saturday, 1st November, 7 p.m. at USC Auditorium, Maracas, St. Joseph. Sunday, 9th November, 6 p.m. at Sapa, San Fernando. Tickets for the USC campus, $200 in advance, $225 at the door. Tickets for Sapa, $225 in advance, and $250 at the door. Get them at USC campus, A&A Pharmacy Port of Spain, Maranatha Bookshop, San Fernando, Living Legacy Pharmacy Arima, or online at theticketsellers.co.uk. Why Didn't I Get Married? Don't miss the comedy that everyone will be talking about. Brought to you by the University of the Southern Caribbean and Focus Arts Promotions.
Opportunities are built on connections, and this is where they begin. Join us for Business Network and Chill 2025, happening Friday, October 10th at 7 p.m. at the Elegant Cafe Lounge in Q Rep.
It's more than networking. It's a platform to share your vision. Each entrepreneur will be afforded 5 minutes to highlight their brand, showcase their products, and open the door to potential partnerships.
You have to take action. You can absorb the information, but if you do nothing about it, nothing will change, right? And it's a safe place for like-minded, brilliant minds now to come together and share ideas.
Bring your business cards, branded materials, and your best pitch. Sip on premium coffees, teas, and light, delicious bites while engaging with like-minded innovators in a relaxed, inspiring setting. It's easy to register online or pay at the door.
Registration is only $50 for business owners and $20 for guests. Register today to secure your spot.
Every moment is a chance to elevate your brand. Don't miss Business Network and Chill 2025, where connections turn into opportunities.
Are you a business owner, entrepreneur, or working hard in corporate and still living paycheck to paycheck? This message is for you. God didn't design you to hustle endlessly and remain stuck. You were created to have dominion in the marketplace.
The real problem is simply this. You have been trying to succeed with the wrong blueprint. The world system says, grind harder, but heaven's system says, use your gifts, tap into your anointing, and align with purpose, and that's when profit starts chasing.
strength of my life. He moves all pain, misery, and strife. He promised to keep me and never to leave me. He's never ever come short of his word. I've got to fast and pray, stay in the narrow way, and keep my life clean every day, because I wanna go with him when he comes back. I've come too far and I'll never turn. Ooh, God is, God is, God is, say God is, ooh, God is my all. Everybody sing, God is the joy and the strength of my life. He moves all pain, misery. He promised to keep never to he'll never ever come short. Never ever come short of his word. I've got to rest and pray. Keep my life clean. Because I want to go with him when he comes back. Yeah, I've come too far and I never said God is. Said God everything I need him to be. God is. So I get sorrow, hope for tomorrow. Hey, Say
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining Constructive Talk this evening with me, Pastor Google. Yep. It is Thursday, and I promise you that I will have a guest with me this evening. He is on his way. All right, so just want to let you all know that he is on his way. And today I wanted to talk about some stuff. And, you know how things just go. So there's some stuff that I want to chat up with you about. I want to share with you. I want you to share the live. I need you to tell me where you're looking at me from so that I could shout you out a little bit, you know what I mean? Just let me know where you're looking at me from. Just touch base with me and tell me, hey, Pastor Google, I'm watching you from Arima. Or Pastor Google, I'm watching you from Digo Martin. Pastor Google, shout us out. We from La Romaine. Hey, Pastor Google, Toko is still in the house. Wherever you're looking at me from, wherever that may be, just let me know and I will say hello to you guys. Yep. So again, let me say thank you to all of you. Every single one of you who take the time out to, come on the live and listen and let me know, well, hey, we are enjoying the program. I'm seeing people coming on from Canada, somebody from Toronto, somebody from Gasparillo, somebody from Brooklyn, somebody else is coming in from where? Just let me know where you're looking at me from and I will shout you out and say hello to you guys and appreciate you guys a whole lot. Barataria is in the house. So, let me see where people are looking at me from Facebook. So that was my YouTube peeps. What's going on Facebook? Toronto is in the house. And who again is in the house on Facebook? You just touch base with me. Let me know where you're looking at me from. And I will shout you out. Lupino is in the house. Valencia is in the house. Where is this? Valencia. Rushford Street, San Fernando. Where on Rushford Street you watching me? Rushford Street, you saying? There's a stone throw away from where I am. Rushford Street. New Grant. Hey, my New Grant posse in the house. Watching from Union Hall. Hey, so my San Fernando posse is coming on. Where is this again? Who's this here? Parataria is in the house. So while you all are coming on and letting me know where you're watching me from, I have some information for you guys. Those of you who live in the San Fernando area, I have some information for you. Some youngsters are doing something positive, preparing themselves, and I want to highlight it this evening. So I want to take this opportunity to let you know that Colomo Kings Steel Orchestra is from my community, Pleasantville, and they are having what you would call it, a bacon shack sale. So Colomo Kings Orchestra, all right, 116 Pleasantville Avenue, Pleasantville, presents a bacon shack, all right. Bacon Shack for $40. Order now, Friday the 31st of October. All right, by order only. Call Jason on 381-1644. 381-1644. Joy on 790-2870. 790-2870. Or you can call 323-8210, 8210. So, the young people in my community, Colomo Kings Orchestra, number 116 Pleasantville Avenue, Pleasantville, presents a Bake and Shack on the 31st of October. On the 31st of October, $40 for it. It's only by order. So you have to order it in order to get it. And I want to support the young people in my community who is doing this venture. I want to support them. I need to support them. I have to support them because they're doing something positive with the funds that they are collecting. All right? So, again, just to remind you that Colomo Kings Orchestra, number 116 Pleasantville Avenue, Pleasantville, presents a Bake and Shack $40 sale. All right? By order. So you have to order now. Order it. Right? To order your Bake and Shack on the 31st of October by orders only. Mr. Jason on 381-1644. 381-1644. And you can also call 323-8210 and Joy on 770-2875. Cool? Yes, support the young people in Pleasantville. There's another young lady who I want you to support. All right? Right, so you see that ad you just saw there? That's a young lady from my community again. She is having a dance production, and I want you to support her. So those of you who live in the San Fernando area, I want you to support that dance production by that young lady. I want you to support her. I want you to come out in your numbers at the Creative Arts Center. Just fill up that place, all right? And give her that support. Please, 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 I'm asking you. One more time. So it's Break the Silence. Break the Silence. Okay? Break the Silence. Creative Arts Center, October the 30th, 6 p.m. Dance production. All right, so it's a dance production. Break the Silence. All right, a dance production, Creative Arts Center, the 30th of November, 2025, 6 p.m. Tickets, early bird tickets are $100. Regular tickets are $150. All right, WhatsApp Miss who? Aliyah, sorry. Aliyah on 266 9751 266 9751. Please, please, please support Aliyah. Support Aliana. Support her for me now. All right? Make sure and support Aliyah for me, please. All right? So I just had to put that in there. There's one more ad I want to talk about. One more ad. No, two more ads I want to talk about. But I want to play this one for you.
Trinidad, it's back for 2 nights only. The explosive hit comedy stage play by Alan Charles. Why Didn't I Get Married? It's not good for a man to be alone. But what about the black woman? Is the church guilty of keeping women single? Or is there really a man shortage? Come laugh, cry, and think at a show that's more than a play. It's a conversation, not for the easily offended. Saturday, 1st November, 7 p.m. at USC Auditorium, Maracas, St. Joseph. Sunday, 9th November, 6 p.m. at Sapa, San Fernando. Tickets for the USC campus, $200 in advance, $225 at the door. Tickets for Sapa, $225 in advance, and $250 at the door. Get them at USC campus, A&A Pharmacy Board of Spain, Maranatha Bookshop, San Fernando, Living Legacy Pharmacy Arima, or online at theticketsellers.co.uk. Why Didn't I Get Married? Don't miss the comedy that everyone will be talking about. Brought to you by the University of the Southern Caribbean and Focus Arts Promotions.
Right. So you see this ad, Why Didn't I Get Married, is done by a guy from the UK. His name is Alan Charles. Let me tell you something. You see, if those of you who into drama like Tyler Perry kind of thing, this is a great play for you to go and see. So it's happening up USC in St. Joseph, and in San Fernando it's happening at SAPA. Let me tell you something. He is I just call him the Tyler Perry of England. He is, I don't know why persons are taking so long to give this guy a recording, a deal, boy. This is top of the line stuff. So I want you guys to get your tickets. Full out SAPA. So people, come on, all here. I want you all to show the plan from England. Hey, Pastor Google have a following in South. And those of you in St. Augustine, so East-West Corridor, make your way to USC and be a part of it. I'm telling you, if you like Tyler Perry movies, trust me, you're going to love what Mr. Alan Charles have to offer. Cool? You all hear that? You all hearing me? I wonder if you all hearing me. If you all hearing me, call me now. I don't know if you all hearing me. I want to make sure that you all are hearing. So call me if you're hearing me on 464-7003. So there are 3 things I mentioned to you earlier. I talked to you about the Bacon Shack. Yep, the Bacon Shack by the young people from my community. Call Mr. Jason and order your Bacon Shack. I don't know, I'm not hearing nobody from Pleasantville, nobody from San Fernando. When calling, boy, and say, well, hey, Pastor Google, we hearing you loud and clear. Yeah? Nobody ain't calling to tell me, boy, if they hearing me loud and clear. Anybody calling to tell me if they're hearing me, if they're not hearing me, and if they think that they will want to take to order a Bacon Shack. Or it might be a part of the play. You will go and see the play. So I want to take some calls and let you all tell me. You understand? Yes, Pastor Google. No, Pastor Google. Oh, gosh, Pastor Google. Go on with the show, Pastor Google. That kind of thing, you know. Call now. 464-7003. 464-7003. 464-7003. So I'm looking out for your call. You understand? I want to hear from you this evening. And what are your thoughts about, the stuff that the young people getting into, man?
Mr. Trinidad, tell me what scene you on. Do you just like political confusion? You criticizing the way you live, yet you can't produce an alternative. You say you against the power structure, you ain't like the opposition either. But take care, you jump out the hot water and end up in the center of the fire. Because you refuse to vote in election, but then you want revolution. You're strongly against communism. You walk out on colonialism. You say if William had to go, but who to replace him? You ain't home. So to make a long story short from in front, Trinidadians ain't really know what they want. because it is guerrilla activity. If you don't want democratic improvement, you have to want a revolutionist government. And yet when Guy Harewood went in the hills with Jennifer Jones, you let them get killed. All you're doing is grinning and skylarking. You come like the ass in the lion's skin, because you say Robinson is a traitor. You say what's than that about Granger. You say Kamal seeking his own interest. You call Millet a Marxist Leninist. You are ODAC, neither DLP, and you say PNM is only Rachidi. Well, you tying up yourself. I gonna tell you why. Trinidadians just like plenty mama guys. Trinidadian talking black power. It's not wrong for a man to love his culture. Yes, you walk around with your afro plait and you're dragging alpagat and fat sapat. But although they're rapping about Africa, you're eating roti like if you're born in India. So who you gonna blame when you make your book and end up like a cat on a hunting room? Because you say you're going Afro all the way. You smile when they bring in Tony May. William say he want to retire. You beg him to stay a little longer. You reject Carl's act on public order. Now you want the same Carl for Prime Minister. Like your sense of reasoning goes and comes. It won't surprise me if you call back Albert Guns. You say that you didn't want your dictator, yet you want one fella to reign forever. About Ed Malik, you say he guilty. Parmasad is the same, yet you set him free. Long ago you didn't want Fidel Castro, but now you say the same Castro is a hero. Well, this attitude, like Humpty Dumpty, you might fall off the wall eventually. Because you say Butler was too high-handed, marriage uneducated. You say that we can't trust Jamada. You find Sukaran to Konkosa. You say the accent is on the young man, yet you run and call back Ashford Sinanan. But you won't call back until you call disaster, like the colonial days of the slave master. Trinidadian, naive as ever. That is why they formed the Mahasabha. They're conservative, only talking race. Yet you see so much Dogla all around the place. They say they just need pork for them. How come them and black pudding is such good friends? You're making your own self a papi show. You might end up just like Rumpelstiltskin. You call Pat Solomon a version, yet spending your money in London. You say the country's ace-crime fighter is a regular ganja smoker. You call your picture a seditious traitor. Now that same traitor is a union leader. It won't surprise me if you move Malik from death row and make him minister home affairs tomorrow.
Now, I want to know what this man's singing about. Is it the truth? You all believe, you all accept what this man's saying? Is it truth, or is it that he is exaggerating? He's not talking the truth. Is this man talking the truth, or he's not talking the truth? Eh? But boy, I listen to this song, and I somehow or the other, I just really want to know. I would like to hear, you know, if this man, this man, will you hear what this man's saying? Oh my goodness. Wow. That's all I would say. Wow. That is all I would say about this man. So hear what? While I wait for my guest to come, there's some things that jumped out at me in the news this evening. There's some stuff that jumped out at me in the news this evening. So before I take any calls or before I do anything, let me play for you one of the things that jump out at me in the news. It totally jumped out at me. It come in my face. Let me show you what it is. Take a listen to this.
Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the draft estimates for the 2026 fiscal year. The funds have been transferred from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Minister Barry Padara says the money will be used to wrap up operations, settle outstanding liabilities, and close administrative offices. The Finance Minister announced in his budget presentation that the government will phase out CPEP and the Unemployment Relief Program, calling them state-funded criminal gangs. Tanku said both programs will be replaced by full-time, better-paid jobs under a new employment fund. The closure affected thousands of workers.
Kiana, I am confused. Yeah, I confused. I am totally confused. So let me tell you why I'm confused. And all you all could call in and correct me or enlighten me. Maybe I missed something. CPEP have a board, right? CPEP have a board, right? So that board just get a kobo sweat. Or maybe that board, maybe we have to wait for when the Prime Minister. No, but only listen to it again. Listen to it again.
Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the draft.
Stop. They are winding up CPEP. What does that mean? So, CPEP is no more. God, this wasn't stop, man. This wasn't stop, man. High flight. Thank you very much. No. Somebody correct me now. Let's look at it. CPEP in the budget review, in the, oh gosh, I forget the name of what they call it. Forgive me. CPEP get money. Right? Okay. This was a whole game. I don't care what nobody tell me. This was a game. This was a game. And the people of CPEP was in the pawn of this game. So, when this government came into office in April, May, they closed off CPEP. May, June, they put a board in place. They're going to audit CPEP. CPEP, they're telling CPEP workers so they all get back all their jobs. Oh, let's stop playing games. Stop playing games with people. All right, CPEP workers will get back their jobs. They created a board. They put a board in place. The CEO, or whoever he is, sorry for saying it like this, but he wasn't. That man. He put he on games. Put the whole nation on games. And now you're insolvent. You're closing down. You're binding up CPEP. Let me listen to it now. Let me listen to it all.
Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the...
Only how much they get? Okay, sorry.
Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the draft estimates for the 2026 fiscal year. The funds have been transferred from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Minister Barry Padara says the money will be used to wrap up operations, settle outstanding liabilities, and close administrative offices. The Finance Minister announced in his budget presentation that the government will phase out CPEP and the Unemployment Relief Program, calling them state-funded criminal gangs. Tanku said both programs will be replaced by full-time, better-paid jobs under a new employment fund. The closure affected thousands of workers.
I need some water, I know. I need some water right here. I need some water. If any of my researchers out there listening, I'm asking you guys if you could send me the videos of the whole... What is all you have to say about this? Are you comfortable with this? Are you happy with this? You all are happy? You all comfortable? You all like what you're hearing, what you're seeing? What is all you have to say about this? What? Tell me now. Anybody out there like what you're hearing? Are you comfortable? Are you be good with this? You could just move on. What's all your thoughts? What's all your thoughts, Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension, the world? Those of you who are listening, what's all your thoughts? Because you know what? God is good. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
And good evening, listening audience. It's important in the opposition leaders' response tomorrow that things like these are addressed and as the debate unfolds among the 13 government MPs. I mean, we're not sure if all of them will speak, but I hope all of them will speak. Well, Miss this is still on medical leave, so it will be 12 of them. But these things have to be carefully addressed and solved. And what it shows is the continued duplicity and another whole in the fallacy of everybody winning. Because what you were speaking about earlier was set aside in the media review.
Media review. How much money was set aside in the media review?
I think it was 60 million extra, right?
60 million, you say,
million. Yeah.
But they give them 7 million to close off?
No, well then in total now, where that 60 million went to?
67 million. 67
right,
million we have to say now.
Right. So is it that is now amalgamated in this new unemployment fund of 400 million that is going to provide the sustainable jobs? Right? And I could tell you something. The reason why these questions are critical to consider is this, right? You had a super contractor who was there on the program from the start. And what did he say? He said that the training component of the CPEP was not able to go forward successfully because after the ladies had worked up to mid-morning or midday, they then had to go home to prepare for their children's return from school. And therefore, they could not sustainably implement the training part of the program because of that. So if it is that you say you're telling us, the public, that you will create sustainable full-time jobs for these people, doesn't it mean that part of childcare with the children returning from school in the afternoon and the complaints that all the bad behaved children who get in trouble in school is because their parents working and they're not home. Wouldn't this feature be exacerbated fighting in schools and so on because the parents not there, particularly the mothers who are to have full-time jobs now, not there to pull up that slack and be there when they come from school and give them that level of supervision? Even if we take it on the face of it now, that is not currently going, it's not happening, right? But the full-time employment will mean that at this critical moment, if it's an 8 to 5 job, they would not be there when the children come home from school. So the children would be unsupervised at the various ages, whether it's primary school children or secondary school children. Huh? I just want to leave that there for now and let other people come in. And I don't know if I talking madness, but you can tell me, Pastor, it's your program.
No, well, caller is our program. Yeah, it's my program, but I have created this platform to facilitate us as a people, as a nation. So I hear you with my program, but I see it as our program. You know what I mean? Taking your calls. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good afternoon, Pastor.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Pastor, the first action is a come for money in the media review for this company, right? Now, after your budget, you tell me you have money to close it out. Now, what is the company that they are open and where they're going to be based and who they're hiring and where the practice is, what's on the guarantee?
I'm not hearing you clearly, and you're singing a kind of.
Hold on. Yeah.
Go ahead, let me hear you.
Wait. You come to the first order of business. You came to the department for the media review, and you take money. You take money for this company.
Right.
Now, mind. They come and put it on a week after.
Right.
Now, so your budget now, you can't say you want to take 7 million to close it down for good. Now, waiting on the company that you want to open.
Well, they said that the Prime Minister will deal with that when she takes the budget debate.
And what are they going to do?
Well, she will explain that. She will explain that. But what I'm asking really is CPEP workers, what are they saying now? Because when CPEP was closed down, this young lady, what's her name, from Aruga Tableland, told the people and them, only will get back all your jobs.
Well, come on. Michelle, I don't know anything. Michelle, I don't know the cut herself. Michelle knows nothing. So I shocked it. Michelle import information in Alabama. I shock me. Michelle, I'm not in that party. So at the end of the day, I don't know whatever they're going to tell big man I don't want. Who for months on the bread line. That's what I want to know. Dr. Honest, I will.
Thank you very much. Hello, good evening, caller. Hello, good evening, caller. Hello, good evening. Caller? All right, you're not ready yet. Hello, good evening, caller.
Good evening, Pastor Google.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening to your listeners and callers. Pastor Google, I love you. There will never be another prime minister like me. I love you. You understand? And here it is, as our good friend Simpleton said, Professor. $60 million was allotted in the supplemental budget for the workers. 60 million. And now you come now, a few months later, and you are winding up the program with $7 million. And there's a board in place and all sorts of things. And the Honorable, they're saying the Minister of Finance glossed over it when he said that the Prime Minister will deal with the, I think it's 495 million allotted for some new make work program. What could be, is it a make work program? Isn't this what they were all against? They were all against this, the make work program. So all of a sudden now they have a new make work program. Kamala Prasad Bissessa Pastor Google, as we have always seen, is not about continuing anything at all started by a previous government, especially under the PNM. She's about discontinuing every single thing. That is her mantra. That is what she does. She does not continue any sort of program or any initiative born out of the PNM. Her objective is stop it, shut it down, close it off, regardless of the consequences. And we continue to be fooled, and people continue to allow themselves to be fooled by this lady. They continue to allow themselves. If she so loved you and so cared about you, and there'll be no one else like me for you, she would understand the suffering that is going on right now. All of a sudden, there was no suffering. All of a sudden, everything good. You have now 15 years old and 16-year-olds being shot and killed home when they're supposed to be in school. Shot and killed. And we sitting on here just simply listening to this, but what more can we do? Except understand that there are consequences for when you don't vote, or if you decide to be vexed with the PNM. There are consequences, and these are the consequences. These are the consequences. So now you have over, what? How much millions of dollars now? $67 million outside there that could be used because they're looking for money any and everywhere, because they have the 10% to deal with plus other things. And there are many, many other initiatives that they brought in the budget that will not bear fruit anytime soon. We know this. Mariano Brown spoke about it. He says it's for these initiatives, whether they will bear fruit or not. You could talk about it. The Minister of Finance says that he is expecting $43.2 billion from non-energy sector. Where are you getting that from? The highest we have ever gone is $37 billion on a good year, a good fiscal year. So how is it an additional $5? What is the new incentives? What are the new things that we are going to be doing in order to raise another $43 billion, another $5 billion? When we catching the tail to raise forex, and everybody complained up to this morning. Charan Singh was on the television complaining about the lack of forex. And but we will see how the opposition is going to deal with all of these things that we are asking, and how it's going to be discussed going forward between tomorrow morning and going into next week. Because I am not seeing it. They have not told us how they're going to raise revenue, but they are planning to employ a lot of people and making the same workers as the contract workers they just fire, they're going to make them permanent. Who fooling who? You just fire them, a set of people all over the place. The last set was on the Ministry of Sport. But they're going to make people permanent. Really? How? When? Have they given us a time frame? No. The E-Tech parks, they've glossed over it. They never even spoke about Petrotrin in the budget. No, and Petrotrin was supposed to be this great priority. As soon as we get in there, we're going to restart Petrotrin. Not a word on Petrotrin. At least I didn't hear a word. Maybe somebody who may call in and say, yes, they heard about it, but I didn't hear anything about Petrotrin. The E-Tech parks, Anything about that? Nothing at all. Why? Because this is a PNM initiative? Nothing at all. But you remember when in 2010 they wanted to jail Ken Julian and Wendy Fitzwilliams? You recall? All of a sudden, nothing at all to discuss about that. But that is the way they go in. That is the way forward for them. And there's a big, big thing happening right now, which I know you may come to a little later in your program. I don't want to usurp your program, but you see the program is for all of us. Look at the amount of money that have been given to the various corporations in some areas and the lack thereof in others. Have a good day, Pastor.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Come on, Oliel. Yeah. I want to play for Olia a video. I want to play for Olia a video. Yeah. Olia need to hear that video. Me tell Olia something, eh? I don't know why some of you are just... Anyway, the SOE finishing on Saturday. Let's see what will happen in the parliament on Friday if they're going to extend the SOE. Hello, good evening.
Pastor Guru, good afternoon.
Hi, good evening.
How are you there?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay. I am okay by the grace of God. Right? That's why I believe in and I stay like that. But Pastor Guru, listen to me now. You know, you hear thing about when Michelle said didn't have enough money to give the African businessman. They didn't have enough money for that. But you know, I hear no complaint concerning the Diwali business. You are hearing nothing but if you have enough money and all can get this amount and I hear things taking place all over this country. The way how things happen already with this Diwali thing. I thought Diwali going already, you know. You understand? Not knowing Diwali still to come, you know. Me are saying nothing that they mustn't get a thing, but what goes for one what goes for one set, it goes for all. Right? So they have real money to spend on all them different things. Right? But to give the African people money to spend on their business, they have to cut it short. Right? Pastor, we got too much of thing happening in this country. That's why I see something. I doesn't really want to come and talk and say nothing, eh? You're always trying to say my prayers and to stay on that side. But sometimes you still have to talk. Right? The 2 Trini get killed on the sea. What we need proof that these people them had drugs. Don't come and tell me what. We's are stupidity. I know I went to the back of the school in between, eh? But let me tell you something. I still have the sense to know you must get proof of something. Yes, they had drugs on that boat. You just blowing up a boat and you can show us proof that they had drugs on that. And the Prime Minister staying quiet on that. Bet you if the PNM was in power, there would have been licks in them, left, right, and center. For that will happen there. Telling the people that don't love them, pushing all kind of hate for the people. Right, Pastor Google? But I always say the PNM, head of the PNM is too quiet. The other day when you talk and you say a thing, plenty people vexed you, but you was right. They're too quiet. Me hear them say, I don't know if they talk, but I hear them say nothing yet. But these Trini will get killed on the sea. But whether Trini or Venny, that have no right to be happening. Give us proof that they had drugs. And if you can't give me proof, you're blowing up people for what? For nothing? Eh? Why these people don't pack up and go and search for the drugs in them country? Why did they go by Miss Princess house and search for drugs there? Eh? Me say no, we want to get rid of this thing, but that is not the way to do it. Right? That is not the way to do it. They're murdering people on we land. And you would tell me Mr. Hunter still standing up for these people and still saying, kill them? Kill them? Nah, this thing ain't right. And people staying quiet, boy. This thing not right. Pastor Google, I would like to know when this SOE going and stop, you know. I want to know if it have an end for this thing, you know. Right? That's what they're doing to keep people quiet, you know, Pastor Google. I cannot take this no more. And Pastor Google will not forget you and your bank business, eh? I definitely forget. I will handle a little scene as soon as I could. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You have a great evening. Trinidad and Tobago, while up. Talk.
All right. Let's take a listen to this video.
So you all know I posted a CPAP video a few days ago, and in the haste to get the video out, I inadvertently misrepresented some facts where I said everybody comes into power, they fire people. And I said that the PNM also fired some persons from CPAP when they took office. I have since gone reading back in the archives, and I am here with the facts. We've all heard Mr. Complainer by now saying that just weeks before the last election, the PNM went and gave out a bunch of contracts. They renewed a bunch of the friends and family contracts. And it seems sus. It honestly seems sus like elections is next month and you're renewing contracts. But if you go reading, you would hear that the guy who was behind the contract renegotiations and negotiations, the head of CPAP, said that this whole process started in February, before they even knew that elections were coming in April. Because remember, Bro over here thought he could have pulled the ultimate trump card, catch the UNC with their pants down and win the elections. That didn't pan out as he wanted it. So when the renewal of contracts were going on, nobody knew elections was just a month away or 2 months away. But you have also heard that the CPAP contracts were for a term of 3 years. You all ever wondered where that 3-year term came from? Let me show you all how hypocritical this country is. Let's go back to Mr. EMBD. Remember, he was in government from 2010 to 2015. What is this? Munilal, no contract giveaway, June 3rd, 2016. Let's read this article. Let's see what it had to say. Former line minister in charge of CPAP, Dr. Rudolph Munilal, has denied any wrongdoing in the granting of contracts in the days just before the September 2015 general elections. What? This can't be right. Let's continue reading. Munilal also found nothing wrong in delivering contracts on the day of the general election. It is a working day like any other, he said in a telephone interview yesterday. He clarified that no new contracts were given out, but the existing monthly contracts were changed to 3-year contracts days before the election. So contracts given out on the day of elections, and you there talking shit to the public right now. Okay, but remember in my original video I said everybody come into government does fire CPAP workers. Remember I said that? Well, I got that wrong, and here's why. This was the minister who was in charge of CPAP back in those days. 3 years from 2015 would have been 2018, just in time for those 3-year contracts that Munilal and them handed out to expire. And you know what happened? The PNM didn't fire them like I suggested in my video. They allowed the contracts to run its course and then didn't renew some of them. And the ones who were fired in 2016 were fired for owing $780,802 in national insurance payments and $140,529 in health surcharge. And you know who was talking up in their mouth back then? David Abdullah. CPAP workers suffering. Monday 25th of June 2018. He went on a long rant about how unfair it was. Yes, they owed money, but oh gosh, get them a blind. 10,000 people gone home recently. Wait, Abdullah. Wait, will I hear from him? Give him a call now, update him. Maybe he's out of the country, he ain't here gone yet. But it's surprising to me how all those trade unions are just silent about this. I wonder what caused that, but... Oh. Okay, I can understand fully now why the unions can't seem to find their voice when thousands of workers going home. But here what's my official stance on this matter. I didn't have all the information before, I have it now, so I can make an official statement from me to you. You're on shit. It's okay to restructure. It's okay to streamline. It's okay to cut costs. Governments do it all the time. But you see, when things seem or it appears like you're going after people based on what you think their political affiliations are, you're wrong. I'm seeing real people on social media laughing. Yeah, the real ghost gang, send all them home, PNM people, we time now. Imagine we live in a day and age where people are happy to see 10,000 persons going home. They're rejoicing, video after video, to justify why it was okay to send home everybody rather than weeding out the bad elements. We live in a society. This is why I keep telling you all, we are doomed.
Mr. Trinidad, tell me what scene you on. Do you just like political confusion? You criticizing the way you live, yet you can't produce an alternative. You say you against the power structure. You ain't like the opposition either. But take care, you jump out the hot water and end up in the center of the fire. Because you refuse to vote in election. But then you want revolution. You're strongly against communism. You walk out on colonialism. You say if William had to go, but who to replace him? You ain't know. So to make a long story short from in front, Trinidadians they really know what they want. My friend, if you don't want democracy, the opposite is guerrilla activity. If you don't want democratic improvement, you have to want a revolutionist government. And yet when Guy Harewood went in the hills with Jennifer Jones, you let them get killed. All you're doing is grinning and skylarking. You come like the ass in the lion's skin. Because you say Robinson is a traitor. You say what's than that about Granger. You say Kamal seeking his own interest. You call Millet a Marxist Leninist. You are ODAC, neither DLP, and you say PNM is only Ratchet. Well, you tying up yourself. I gonna tell you why. Trinidadians just like plenty mama guys. Trinidadian talking black power. It's not wrong for a man to love his culture. Yes, you walk around with your Afro plait and you're dragging alpagat and fatsapat. But although they're rapping about Africa, you're eating roti like if you're born in India. So who you gonna blame when you make your book and end up like a cat on a hunting room? Because you say you're going Afro all the way. You smile when they bring in Tony May. William say he want to retire. You beg him to stay a little longer. You reject Carl's act on public order. Now you want the same Carl for Prime Minister. Like your sense of reasoning goes and comes. It won't surprise me if you call back Albert Guns.
All right, I'm back with you because I had to play that song because I don't know what's going on in my country, boy. Don't know. I don't know.
CPEP and URP was meant to do two things. Keep black people poor and stupid. CPEP and URP was meant to do two things. Keep black people poor and stupid. CPEP and URP was meant to do two things. Keep black people poor and stupid and to put...
So that was CPEP. That's what's happening at CPEP. But there's some other things happening in Trinidad and Tobago that I want to highlight. So, a caller called a while ago and she was talking about the two men who got killed or who died out at the sea, in the sea. And, you know, you find that the opposition ain't saying nothing. The government is saying nothing either. The government is saying nothing either. But the opposition is talking. And people find, you know, The opposition need to say something. The opposition should say something. I want you to listen to this. I want you all to watch this. I want you all to watch this.
Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and Defence Minister Wayne Sturge have refused to answer questions about reports that 2 Trinidadians were killed in a United States strike off Venezuela's coast.
This comes as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Admiral Alvin Halsey, signaled his intention to resign 2 days after the operation killed 6 people. Persad-Bissessar bypassed a media huddle at a Carney lease distribution ceremony today, stopping briefly to indicate that she was about to attend a virtual CARICOM meeting before a cabinet session ahead of tomorrow's budget debate. Sturge also avoided reporters exiting through a side door despite repeated calls for comment. Only one cabinet minister stopped, that's Land and Legal Affairs Minister Saddam Hussein, who redirected all questions to his senior colleagues.
I'll not comment on that. Those are matters better placed between the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As I told you all, I'm staying in my lane. The Prime Minister told all of us stay in our lane. I'm here to distribute land, and that is what I'm here to do.
Meanwhile, Venezuela's Vice President and Energy Minister Delcy Rodriguez has called the killing of the 2 Trinidadians a self-fulfilling prophecy, a point reference to Prime Minister Persad-Bissessar's earlier remark to, quote, kill them all violently.
And former Jamaican Prime Minister P.J. Patterson has condemned the U.S. strikes in the region, describing it as fundamentally dangerous and a horrible erosion of regional leaders' commitment to sovereignty in the Caribbean.
Hello, good evening, caller.
Yeah, Pastor Google, good evening. Good evening. And by extension, Trinidad and Tobago. You know, I've been taking my time before I call in and make a contribution. Because after listening to this budget, I'm saying we got more mad people outside than inside. I'm telling you. Because you're telling me this UNC government promised to rehire CPEP, forestry, and URP, right? That was the promise, right? And now they're saying something else. Now, this woman is saying that they're going to give people sustainable jobs and hire this one and office. How many people, I'm going to read myself, how many people they will employ to do whatever jobs they're speaking about. And we have to understand, URP and CPEP and forestry was for people who fall through the safety net. People have to understand, you know. The country have different type of people. Not everyone is cut out for office work, plain talk, right? So the people who fall through the cracks was doing the CPEP, the URP and these stuff. And now you are saying you're going to rehire them? Hire them, put them away. People have to understand, this UNC government do not care about the people in the lower strata of this society. They don't care. They're showing you that plain and light as day. When the PNM was in office, people was, oh, let us hit the street, time to march and time to march. Now is the time people need to hit the streets and march. Okay? Now is the time. Okay? The SOE is going to finish eventually, you know. It's going to finish eventually. People need to get their boots and to hit the streets when this thing done. Because this nonsense cannot continue. And Mr. Padarat, whatever his name is, Barry Padarat, this guy, I don't know, man. This guy is just like a noisemaker. What do you think he's in a rum shop? He think he's in a rum shop. This guy is louder than everybody. This guy, I don't know if he really sit back and listen to himself, you know. But people in Trinidad and Tobago have to wake up and let this government know where to get off. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Caller is saying that the people need to wake up. People need to wake up. Really? My question is, the government answering about what happened out in the sea. Going through back door. Back door they're going through. The Prime Minister bobbing and weaving, making sure she don't talk to the media about that. The government, Oh, Lord. Hey. Hello, good evening.
Pastor,
Yeah.
she answered by text to Joel Brown, and she said she stands by everything that she said before about killing them violently and dealing with narco traffickers. That was on TV6 News tonight.
Well, I
She
just
didn't
listen.
stop
I
to
just
answer the
listen
question.
CNC3.
Yeah, she messaged Joel Brown and said that she stood by everything that she says. So that said it all. Even though the dead man, one of the dead fella's relatives were there saying nothing from them. She ain't saying nothing, right? She stand by her remarks and the thing about it is that when you look at how CARICOM solidarity is being eroded, at least for us, Trinidad and Tobago standing. Because look at the stance that Mr. Gaston Brown took, the Prime Minister of Antigua.
Yep, I'm going to play that. I'm
Loyal,
going to play that just now. And did you know that there was a protest today in Grenada?
Thank you, because Mr. Mitchell has yet to say anything, but there appears to be a revolt by his cabinet because his cabinet members are saying, hey, we have to remember what Venezuela did in Grenada. They built hospitals, they did other public works, and the most important thing for the CARICOM is Petrocaribe for all these islands from Grenada all the way up the road, right? We were the only country who didn't benefit from Petrocaribe because we had stock. We are oil producer and we could meet our needs and so on. But up the island, Petrocaribe from President Chavez through to Maduro, that sustained these Caribbean economies with respect to all the petrocarbon needs. You understand what I'm saying? Right? But what is concerning is the statement by President Trump about the activation of the CIA and also that he is considering precision military strikes in Venezuela. You understand what I'm saying? So it is clear that this man is acting against everything against the UN Charter and is acting multilaterally because they don't care. And the only ally they have in the region who is supporting the belligerence and illegal activity is Trinidad and Tobago.
Yep.
Trinidad and Tobago. To quote Mr. Humphrey from Grenada, the drunk woman of the South. Take care, Pastor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are the only people who are supporting it. We are the only persons who are supporting it. It's sad, We're talking, Because we're looking at the CPEP. We're looking at the caller would have called upon the opposition to talk. Ask questions, opposition, about why, what it is, about what happened out in the sea, about the two Trinidadians, and boy, the Prime Minister ducked them. She ducked CNC3, but she sent a message to Jule Brown to tell Jule, hey, Jule, I stick with what I say earlier. Hello, good evening.
Hi, good evening, Pastor Google. Pastor Google, whatever happened to this man from the Friends and Fishermen of the Sea?
He said something on CNC3.
Oh, okay. Okay, what about the councillor for Cedros area? So I asked that because there was this previous UNC councillor, he was concerned about the immigration of the Venezuelans. So I just want to find out who is the actor, who is the councillor now? Is it the same councillor who was concerned with the Venezuelans? Where is the councillor in that area? And where is the so-called MP? Why are they quiet? That's what I want to know, Pastor Google. And another thing, is it possible somebody could write a letter to the ICC concerning war crimes? If Trinidad commit any war crime? Those are the questions that we had to ask. Another thing, Pastor Google, do you see new prices with Calgary?
With who? Yeah. Well, that doesn't really. I saw what they had to say.
I know, but that will cause an nasty effect. People will start to do babash, moonshine, illegal alcohol, like what they did back in the days of prohibition. Remember what is prohibition, Pastor Google? You remember that history in the United States with prohibition?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. It will cause an underground trade of illegal alcohol, and that will cause problem by itself. So that's our next domino effect. But like I said, I get so much things to talk about. I just want to see when the city emergency finish. I want to see how much people will come out and protest.
You want to see what?
I want to see when the city emergency finish. I want to see how much people will come out and organize protests. Or they just so quiet.
Well, that's left to be seen.
Yeah, but I am disappointed. I'm disappointed with these trade unions. Like, people get pulled out.
You are disappointed with the trade unions?
Yeah, they get stuff like they sold out.
Well, the trade unions and they are seeking their members' interests, and they are just on money.
Yeah, but I have always seen organizations like the PSA and Twitter being kind of neutral.
Well, they're not neutral anymore, eh? They're not. I don't think that Twitter is not neutral anymore. I don't think so.
I know. Thanks to the start of Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, I think he was the catalyst for everything. That is my opinion.
Yeah, but Twitter is not that way anymore. Twitter would have allowed themselves to be drawn into the politics, because you heard what one of the leaders said it the other night, And then I heard Senator Roberts also would have said that he warned Lum King. He warned him. Yeah. He told him, hey.
Well, I just wanted to see if somebody here will write to the ICC and see if persons involved in this thing with is accused of war crime. I would see that. Who will do that?
I don't know who will do that. I don't think anybody going to do that. I don't think so. One of the callers called a while ago and was talking about Caston Brown, the Prime Minister. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Caller. Hello.
Good evening to you, Pastor.
Hi, good evening.
And to your listening audience. I heard the last caller said he's waiting for when the state of emergency is finished. Well, I do, because I'm ready to hit the ground running. But Pastor Google, I just want to go back for a minute. Presently, I'm doing some political research. And I discovered that the father of this nation, Dr. Eric Williams, started the precursor to URP, which was DUDE. And DUDE was formed to take care of persons who served their time in prison, and they came out on the streets. They had very little education, very little skill, And so Jude was formed to absorb those persons. So when we get on our high horses and talk about URP and CPEP being gang and whatever, and this and that, the original intention, Jude eventually morphed into URP, but it was to take care of those people who came out of prison and so on, didn't have anything. And in order to keep them employed and occupied, that was when that program was formed. I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Pastor Google. Have a good night.
Thank you very much for your call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. All right, caller, you have to call me back. All right, caller, you have to call me back. All right, so taking all your calls, boy. Hello, good evening.
Good evening again, Pastor Google. How are you this evening?
I am cool, man.
Well, family, thank you for reminding us or reminding them the foundation of Jude was to take a man who made prison, came out of prison, to give him a job, for him to catch himself, because people wasn't hiring you. So the same people that they're referring to is some of those same people who come out of prison up to today still find themselves within that institution. Still maintains the same theory more or less. The unemployed is who gets employed. So they miss the boat when they tell me that they go in and make them permanent where. So that means if the salary for the government is the largest employer, citizens. So if this year the salary is $100 for health, national security, teachers, I'll get to the teachers, that election just now, and everybody. And I now take up this group of people to put them where? So I'm creating a whole new ministry. What do we call this ministry? Why? Pastor Google. So hear my question here. When they see they finish, because they're going to do it right, when they finish, I want a list of all the people they employ, and I want to see show me which part all you make, URP or 10 days on that paper for more than 3 or 4 years, and then all they will get to stay when you see my time reach. You can't expect anything different from Tutor, Pastor. Who told you all last night? The man was reading the budget and said in the budget, called out those unions, Tutor, and all who received the 5%. He called them out when he was reading the budget, you know. Where did he call them out for? So this morning there was a poll, and I tell you, this is how vindictive. I don't want to use the word racist, but how I'll use the word recalcitrant, non-cooperative because of the vindictiveness. Because now, Tutor President said that he's going to have a conversation with the minister. Now, this is on an East Indian program. They could call it what they want. 90% of the people who call there is UNC. So that's a poll. Do you think that Tutor should have a conversation with the minister so they look for the same 10% that, because only one union get that money, which is PSA. So they go and the poll was no. And why? Because they accepted the money from the PNM, so they had to stay there. And I'm saying, wow. So if the government has that, just a thin thought, Coparat have a white thought just like that. That is why he take away the pension from the former prime minister. If they just continue that little thought, you see me and you, Pastor Google, if we ain't for this, we are no voice again. Every other radio station that now in Trinidad and Tobago, as you criticize this administration, you are being cut off or denied conversation. You see that video you play with the man who tell you, but CPEP, he know. That's an argument we've been arguing for the past. That happened in the first reincarnation of the PNM. And we argued our argument up to this present election. And he, after the election as a blogger in Trinidad and Tobago, he now know that. So you can imagine the information that he did put out.
No. He didn't know that. That's an old video I just pulled back.
From which
him.
election?
So that was within the CPEP controversy.
Well,
when
right,
you hold,
just
now. He did a first video. He did a video with the CPEP controversy. And when he did his research, he realized, hey, I made a mistake. And he come back and he would have and
apologize and do this one here.
Right.
Right. This is the point I'm making. So if he didn't understood, but he understood that now after the election. That is the point I'm making.
No, well, it's after election that the CPEP workers were fired.
Get fired. Well, that is the point I'm making to you, Pastor Google. Because they had the argument from since PNM was in power that PNM fired CPEP workers. That is why you show the former union man making noise. So they were singing the same song that when UNC did what they did now is because the PNM did the same thing. And what I'm saying to you, our argument was from since the first incarnation of the PNM that ain't so, that these contractors remain for the 3 years. I don't have a problem with the fella, I had by his blogging. But because of his lack of his information, them fellas and all, is what how we even in
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. Because at the end of the day, he was not a part of, in 2015, the argument of Dr. Rowley and the fine and all of that kind of thing. He was not a part of that. At that time, he didn't have TikTok. He's a TikTok blogger.
Yes.
So when that discussion about CPEP workers and all those things were happening...
In 2015, we are referring 2015, yes. After 2015, 2016, when the PNM come into office. And that conversation started then. That is why I'm talking about, you know.
Well, that's not saying he was not wrong.
He ain't out there so long?
No, he not out there so long. That's what I'm saying to you. So when you are saying that about him, no.
No, well, listen to what I'm saying. He come to apologize to say that his argument...
He came to apologize because of what he put out
first.
Right, which was in the beginning of the whole...
That he agreed that the conversation out there that the PNM did the same thing that the UNC is doing.
All right, okay. I don't think you're
catching
what I'm saying.
We'll touch that another time.
He was nowhere wrong. That youth man was nowhere wrong in that discussion with that what you talking about it. He was nowhere wrong. TikTok wasn't even that wrong in that discussion with what he talking about it. But anyway, that just throw off the whole thing. But let me play this video here.
Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda Gaston Brown has drawn a hard line on foreign military involvement in his country. Brown told reporters on Tuesday that the Twin Island nation will not host any foreign military assets. I can assure you that Antigua and Barbuda has absolutely no interest in hosting any form of military assets here in the country, he says. He added that his country is happy to not have any military bases and plans to keep it that way. Brown's comments come just before Southcom Commander Admiral Alvin Halsey is scheduled to visit Antigua and Grenada from October 14 to 15. According to the U.S. Embassy in Bridgetown, the trip is intended to boost regional security cooperation and promote stability in the Caribbean. Though Brown did not link his stance to economic concerns, the decision carries clear implications for Antigua and Barbuda's business environment. Tourism is the backbone of the economy. The island markets itself as a peaceful, stable destination, qualities that could be impacted by the presence of foreign military installations.
I hope you all heard that, eh? I hope you all heard that.
Well, right now we're outside the Rural Development Company in Breton Castle, Couva, where we have a group of contractors and workers from the forestry program who would have gotten contracts in early April, but as of today, they would have expired. But here's the problem. They have not received any payments for that 3-month period. And with me, we have one of the contractors, Ms. Risa. Now, Ms. Risa, tell me a little bit more about how many employees you have and how this has been affecting you.
I have 30 single mothers, and every minute workers complaining. They don't have money, they owing school fees, they owing transport, and school about to close. They need their money to buy books. And it's really hard as a woman to see these women and them with 5, 6 children have nothing. They don't even have food. How much I could lend as a contractor because I lend money too to them. No payment. It is really heartbroken.
And now, apart from the not getting any payment, you were telling us earlier, is that you all have not been able to get any sort of answers.
No. I, as a contractor, since I noticed the second fortnight I didn't get work, I come to the office and the only answer I be getting is every week. Now we're not getting an answer. It is alleged that the manager going home, where I was here up to Friday. What it is they advised me to do to come to Mr. Kisoon, the CEO here. I come with 2 other contractors. We knock, they never open the door, they never respond and nothing. So we don't know who to go at right now for help.
Okay,
so
now
we're asking for help.
Okay, now very quickly, tell me how many contractors are affected and how many employees you all have.
60 contractors, and each contractor have 30 workers.
Okay, thank you very much, Risa. Now, we will be trying to reach out to the authorities to hope that we could get some answers on their behalf. Reporting from Couva, Rashad Khan, Newsday.
All right, so you all heard what the contractor, one of the contractors, and that was for the forestry, right? All right, that's for forestry, and that is when the forestry workers were sent home. Forestry workers were sent home. Just not. I come into you now. You're just running though. You gotta wait.
Take plenty nerve, you got to ding, ding, daylight. I was thinking what kind of song to write for the year 2001. Should I compose a nation building song or just blaze them politicians? But when I hear Pandey get 19 seats and he run and give a speech of victory, I tell myself something wrong, so I compose this song for kinky head people like me, because I don't understand what's really happening. For years me Crooks and Panther was busting we liver string. Well, I honestly believe the message was loud and clear, but the results from the elections proved to me stick breaking black man air. They don't hear, so don't expect me to jam your prime minister. No, don't tell me I stopped drinking bush tea for your fever. I said no, don't tell me, cause you ain't do it once but you did it twice. Elections gone, is you choose Barabbas in front of Christ. So if you notice your little daughter bringing home a grand, because Camilla sent she to a school inside the Bitam, and when she bring home the baby father, the man like more Sexton Pandey, please don't stop me in the road to complain, cause I have nothing to say. My personal comments I will reserve. You got a government you deserve to complain to me now, but you got some nerve. You got a government you deserve.
All right. So I have a guest with me, as you can see. Mr. Obika is here. And he wanted to run in the conversation just so. You don't do that here. We have a way of, we have, what the old fellow say? We have manners, you know. We have manners, you know what I mean? That's what the elders say, we have manners, you know. So this evening I have Mr. Obika with me, and he is here to discuss elements of the budget and things that you all would want to ask him about, what is his thoughts about the budget and stuff like that. All right. So Mr. Obika, Tahaka Obika is here with me, and we are ready to rumble. So for the sake of time, you know, I'm going to allow him to share what is his thoughts about the budget. And after he shares his thoughts about the budget, there are some questions. There are some things that was talked about in the news tonight that I want to hear your views on with the NIS. And some other thing, another, I think it was the banking and stuff like that. So we're gonna ask you to share your views on issues where the budget is concerned. What are your views about the budget? So this is how it's going to go, Trinidad and Tobago, and those of you who are listening. We're going to talk about what is his views about the budget, how he feels about the budget, what's his thoughts about the budget. After that, I'm gonna play for you what jumped out at me in the news tonight, where finance is concerned and the NIS and stuff like that. After that, there is a blogger who did some little calculations on the reduction in the gas and how it will affect a small family, and then you will give your financial advice on how people could ride through or deal with some of the issues or some of the things that was presented in the budget.
Definitely.
Right? And then we take some calls. All right, so to those of you who are watching on the live, you're seeing, well, you see the name on the screen. We're getting real professional here, you know. You're watching on the screen there, you see your name on the screen and thing now, you know. So nobody ain't questioning now, who is this man? They know who is the man now. All right? So that was all drama. So talk to us.
Well, first, I want to apologize for coming anytime I came. Credit union month activities, and there's a credit union in this community that I consult for, and they sprang it on me. They launched their new location today, which you graced them with your presence as well as a man of the community, and you had National Credit Union Awards this evening, right, in San Fernando. So to your viewers and listeners, my apologies for being late. I normally come here and sit and wait to be long before the program is carded to have me on. But, you know, we are in the people's sector, and it's always important to support the people's sector. I left there before time. The budget. Well, I mean, I heard somebody celebrating. They get something. They say they get $1 off on super. And this person doesn't use super, but they're celebrating that. And at the same time, they say, I hope the landlord will raise the rent. Now, 3.5% is the tax rate. When you look at the budget estimates, you see that they're targeting $110 million to be collected in landlord surcharge, which is really a tenant tax. The landlord surcharge is a tax on tenants because it is the tenant who will pay. It's like if you go to buy something, they will tell you, okay, it's $100 plus VAT. You go to buy a shoe somewhere in a store, it's $500 plus VAT. You go to buy snack, $15 plus VAT. So it will simply be your rent plus the tenant tax. All right, because it's not a landlord surcharge. The landlord not paying the charge, the tenant is paying the charge, and the landlord will then remit the money to the government. And if the landlord is kind to you, he will only increase your rent to the extent of the charge, which is 3.5%. A simple mathematical formula: you take your rent, you divide it by 100 minus 3.5, which is So you take your rent and you divide it by 96.965, which means whatever your rent is now, the landlord only has to raise your rent by $36.27 per thousand, 36.27. So if you're paying $2,000, is $72.54 extra. So they will just say, okay, rent is this $2,000 because that's what the landlord accustomed making plus tax. Some people thought they were, brilliant, and they came and say online. Even a brother who shocked me because he went to presentation college with me, and the man he studied at the university for about 7 years, and he is in a very important practice in the country. And he said, well, no, they can't raise the rent because the tax will raise. And I say, my brother, you went to prayers with me, so I know you're just trolling. Because all they have to do is add it. So I showed him, and I showed persons online, it's on my page, I showed them the mathematics. And I did an article on the mathematics of it, which is, it's simple. If the landlord is accustomed getting the return on investment of $1,000 a month in renting their apartment, they simply add the $36.27, which is the 3.5%. So that will become 3.5% of the increased figure. So they will not lose any money. The landlord not in the business of losing money, and they will just increase the tax. And 110 million is significant because the property tax only garnered about 136 million. And that would have been for all properties, commercial and residential. And that means all the big properties in West Moorings, in Gulfview, in Lange Park, in Signal Hill, Tobago, and so on. But with this tenant tax, it is actually a tax on the working class. How we come up with that? It is the working class who cannot afford a mortgage. All right? And unless you win the HGC lottery, where you get a house from NHA or HGC, or your mother bless you with a house, or your father bless you with a house, when they pass away, you have to face the rental market. Because if you cannot afford to get a mortgage, it means you are not in the middle class. That's conventional banking then. So the threshold, the signal that we use to determine in a country how many persons are in the middle class is if they can take a loan to buy a car, and upper middle class if they can take a mortgage to buy a house. So if you can't qualify for a house, there's a lot of persons who can't qualify to get a house, so that they'll wait on AGC if they're lucky. They have to rent. And they rent until they can rent no more, basically until God call them home. So this will keep people in a renter's prison, because now the rent is already too much. And now you're going to be paying even more with this tax. So if you're paying $3,000 a month in rent, you're in Sunday paying about that, that means your rent going to go up by $100. 36.27, $110 roughly. So your rent is going to go up. And that is if the landlord is kind to only raise your rent to the exact value of the tax they had to pay. Some people make a mistake in their favor. Say rent might go up by 5%. But it ain't going up by less than the 3.5%. So that's the first issue. And that will affect the same people that the reduction in super gas was meant to target. Now, here the next problem with the reduction in super gas, if it is that the justification was that the price of fuel globally has declined, crude oil prices and so on, and remember the policy was changed with the last government under the PNM that once the price drops, the price at the pump should drop and so on. Now, if the price could drop, the price could rise. Not so?
Yep.
So therefore, if the price of oil rises, let me say this thing in Venezuela, we heard that the U.S. administration is saying that they bomb them on the sea, and now they're going to look at treating with them, bombing them on land now. Taking or moving in on land. that could cause an increase in speculated prices for oil, because Venezuela has the largest reserves of crude oil on the planet, and more than Saudi Arabia, more than any other country. And therefore, it could cause the price of oil to rise. If the price of oil rises, the next step is what? The price of super will rise. And if they use the policy, because the reason why they dropped it was not because the government wasn't funding that $500 million difference. The $500 million that consumers not going to pay for super is not being funded by the government based on their statement. It is being funded because the price of oil has dropped, and therefore they're charging them the actual price. So if the price goes back up, then they'll be paying more. So that is something to be worried, to be careful on. The other thing is now, so whilst you might be dropping now, it could rise. So that net effect could be nothing, right, in the end.
Right.
But your rent going up. If you're rich, you have no rent to pay, so because you own the property. If you're middle class, you have a mortgage, so you're paying no rent, so you don't have anything to worry about. So the same working class people are going to be paying more. In rent, that will cancel out any gains they make on the gas, right? Even if you make $40 a week on gas, $160 a month, your rent could go up by an equivalent figure almost. Then also, there was some issue in terms of T&Tech, but I want to see, as the debate progresses, when the shadow public utilities minister and the substantive public utilities minister debate, be determined what exactly that effect on that change at T&Tech will have on persons.
Meaning what? When they said it, he said that they're going to the commercial buildings. They're raising the rate for commercial buildings. So if you have a commercial building, they're going to raise the rate on you.
Right.
So the question is, and that is why the discussion in our barbershop was, if they raise the electricity rate for commercial buildings, that means a barber, the owner of the commercial building, is going to pass off the rate on the tenants, which meaning now that the barbershop will have to raise have to raise their so if you're paying $50 for a trim, most likely it might go up to 100. If you're paying 100 for a trim, it most likely will have to go up to about 150.
Supermarkets use a lot of electricity for refrigeration and so on, so therefore that will increase prices. Refrigeration.
Funeral homes too.
People who process fish.
So it is going to cause a ripple effect. But as the minister said,
what I said is that when I was when you're in the seat, when I was advisor to the Ministry of Trade, before as chief economist in opposition, what you do, you meet with people. So the shadow minister, public utilities, I believe that would be Marvin Gonzalez, they would have access to reports from stakeholders in the country, and that will form part of your budget response. So that's where I'll get information. Before, when I was in the middle of it, I would get access to the information. But, so I wouldn't know that until I see it in the debate, the extent to which it will affect you. But that is one thing that will affect you. The other thing now, in NIS has gone up.
Well,
and so therefore you're losing on that end as well. And then you're not going to be able to retire until 65 to get your full pension. As I told you, I provide through the financial institution I represent insurance, and persons have been calling me. I need to get my own pension now because I can't wait for the 5 years to get this NIS pension. My NIS pension can be as low as 3,000, be as high as it could be 4,000, 5,000. But I may want to get somebody from NIB to give details on that. So if you have to wait 5 years to get this money, then now you have to put more things in place to think. Because once you're 50 years and younger, you're not going to be able to qualify for your full NIS pension until you're 65. If you take it before, you'll be taking a reduced pension. Nobody wants to take a reduced pension necessarily. So that's, but what the issue with that was, the same trade unions, including PSA, was hell bent against the government on having the retirement age in terms of the pension, the full pension at 65. They were against that entirely. Now you see they're celebrating because they're celebrating the budget, and the budget includes that. So they're celebrating that. What the government could have done is said, okay, one, let's have consultations. Two, if indeed they had issues with it before, why not share part of the burden? Why not say, okay, we will deposit funds into the National Insurance Fund, which is about $27 billion. We'll top it up and improve the way in which it performs so that we can get more returns. But that said, that has happened. Then now you go to the ports. When you look at they doubled the charges, container handling charges at the ports. So people who bring in items and they sell it. Most of the things we don't manufacture. Most of the things that we use, that is established, and therefore that will increase the price of virtually everything, because everything is dependent on imports, and we don't know the extent to which that will increase the prices. That is the other issue. So what you may find is prices may be climbing, and you can't explain why. Then, of course, we have the issue of curious revenue targets. For example, they estimate to increase the taxes that they generate from customs and excise duties by $1.2 billion. They currently collect on average $600 million, and they estimate most of this $1.2 billion going to come from increased taxes on cigarette, alcohol, rum, beers, and cigarettes. Then they also projected to earn $400 million from taxing betting and entertainment. Now, if this is realistic, is the next issue. So you saw there would have been an article in newspapers about the government's revenue targets. Then they peg the price of oil at $73, which is a high figure in comparison to what we are enjoying now, which will allow them to raid the Heritage and Civilization Fund. So if the rules for the fund are the price that you enjoy should be, I think, 10% below the budgeted price for you to touch the fund. So they've set a price, and by all indications, we're not going to meet that price for a significant period. So therefore, they're going to be able to take as much as they want from the HSF. The HSF, if we recall, it was left at a figure of about $40 billion TT. Well, in US, of course, you're 5.6 billion, and that now can be under threat as well. Now, the other thing is this: the government is about 14 billion. Is seeing 14.5 billion in terms of borrowing, and 700 million in terms of selling of state assets. Well, you have to see which assets are those, so we could be clear as to what exactly they're selling. But the significant borrowing that they're engaging in is basically going to be used to pay, well, public servants. So if you're borrowing to pay public servants, and the 10% for that period, what will be your position if every single trade union comes and asks for the same 10% for that period? Well, that's 10% for that period. Then you have the period that follows after it. So the other issue is this: they created a list of taxes, a long laundry list of taxes. And if you are an investor in a country, let's say take two countries in the Caribbean. You take Guyana, that is booming because of oil and gas, and then you take Trinidad and Tobago, where you've seen no attempt for the government to create incentives for any particular sector. All you're seeing is a slew of taxes, including taxes at the port, taxes on banks, which will be passed on to consumers, taxes on insurance companies that weren't there before. And so all this list of taxes that they're placing on the population, but no game-changing industries you're pointing to. So, for example, I'll give an example. When we had sandals coming here, the government would have laid the groundwork for sandals to come, to invest in Tobago. And then after that, you saw Marriott following them to invest, right? Even though sandals pulled out, Marriott invested. Why Marriott made that decision? If your company is Royal Castle, and you see
don't call them
KFC,
names, nah.
okay, so if you see a company selling chicken, and I see the Colonel open a branch in
Still call the name. Go ahead.
In Guaya. No, I had to make it so people understand. In Guayavi, right? You don't have to do research on Guaya to open your fried chicken place. Because the Colonel done gone down there already. You understand? So they would have done their due diligence. You're sure about that. So the same way, any large hotel chain looking to invest in Tobago, they don't need to do the research to the extent that they would have to convince their investors, their bankers, their board, and so on, about investing in a hotel in Western Tobago, because Sandals, the biggest hotel brand from the Caribbean, has made a final investment decision on Tobago and facilitated by the government. So two things the investor will know. One, the government has an incentive arrangement for the tourism sector. And two, it is bankable because the biggest investor in the Caribbean has taken them up on it, Sandals. Now, of course, the truth also works in the opposite direction. Sandals has pulled out, all right? So the biggest investors will ask the question, why did they pull out? You know, what is wrong with the political climate or other climate or the business environment that will cause them to pull out? So, and they pull out because of political reasons, all right? That would have affected their brand. Now, the same party that is now in government is saying they will want to bring Sandals back, you know? The same people that malign the Venezuelan, I see the Venezuelan vice president today say that that the two Trinbagonian citizens that were killed by the bombing is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Venezuelan vice president is saying that because, again, the government, just as they did with Sandals, you malign the man business. Now his son has taken it over. Now you want the son to come and bring the business here. You malign Venezuela, now you want to go and do business with them. Who will do business with you if this is the way you approach things? So I say that to say, in the context of the budget, if you are an investor looking at Trinidad and Tobago and all you see is a cocktail of taxes weaponized to extract every last cent from the citizenry, because the citizenry paying those things at the end of the day. The taxes will be passed on to them. You're not seeing a country that you could invest in. You're not seeing an operating environment. You're not seeing any incentive-driven sectors that you could focus on. And so after listening to the budget, whether you rate it A, B, C, or D, you should be able to say, okay, this is the sector, and this is where the smart money will go in Trinidad and Tobago. If you listen to, you don't even have to listen to the Guyanese budget. You know they invest in infrastructure around the energy sector. You know they invest in hotels and medical services and things that are linked to the energy sector, but that the locals can benefit from. You know that. After listening to this budget, you know, okay, there's a lot of taxes, there's a revenue problem, all right. But then you're not seeing any attempt to create anything in the tourism sector space. There was no mention of any significant investment that they're targeting. There was no mention of the energy sector, except dragon gas and the cross-border fields. But you spend 10 years maligning the same regime in Venezuela, so I'm not seeing how that will work. Then you're not seeing anything in terms of the the medical sector. Because that was a lot of talk on the campaign trail, medical tourism, but you're not seeing anything in the budget. Because the budget, and this is your first budget, Your first budget is a herald onto the 5-year period, what to expect. So if you draw your mind back, very early on, when the price of oil collapsed to negative figures in 2018, around April, May, thereabouts. Around that time, the government would have launched game changers before that, because the price of oil was declining since 2015, right? January. So the government would have launched game changers for the economy. Sandals was one of the game changers. And the focus was on foreign investors trying to figure out where the smart money should go in Trinidad and Tobago. At the Caribbean level, when you're looking at an investment map, it is reduced into sectors. So if somebody's coming into the Caribbean and they want to invest in education, they'll go St. Lucia because they have offshore medical facilities and they have an environment for that, and they have arrangement with Canadian universities and so on, they send them there. If they want to invest in tourism infrastructure, they have a lot of territories to choose from, but if they want to invest in marina infrastructure, they might go to one of the islands off of St. Vincent and do that because they have the setup for that and they have the clientele. They might go to St. Martin as well. But when you look down at Trinidad and Tobago, even the energy sector is not signaling anything because our greatest asset is deep water, cross-border fees with Venezuela, and that has been shut off. And that is where the problem comes with this budget. On top of that, there was no mention of what they're going to do for the 40,000 people affected since they came into office. Those who were directly fired, CPEP, URP, reforestation, all right? But then you have those who were quietly fired, contract workers in the public service. I passed in that rush as well, but I could take care of myself. But so you have persons who were quietly fired, contracts were not renewed and contracts were terminated and so on. And then you have now businesses that service the government who are also targeted for discontinue providing them with business. No mention of what to be, and their employees will then suffer, right? So many businesses will send home their employees because of that. So there is no mention of what they're going to do for that. And when you ask ministers of government, you get the dismissive response that they should ask the PNM. They have already become arrogant within 6 months, So the challenge that we face going forward is cutting through all the rhetoric and answering the same question that was asked of the UNC when they were coming into office. You've mentioned a lot about expenditure. What about revenue? How are you going to raise this revenue? And these things now put strains on people. So, for example, if people are looking to retire, they need to put things in place to keep their money flowing at a certain level.
Right. So that's where, all right. So that's where I want to get into. So you want to start with that because remember we don't have much time, and we want to keep the viewers and them in the conversation also. So the NIS issue. So tonight in the news, they would have spoken about the NIS issue. All right. Akash will have broken it down and give persons an idea of how the NIS will run. So let's take a listen to Akash.
The question on everyone's mind would be exactly how much more they'd be paying when the new national insurance system rates kick in. Remember, the finance minister announced a phased 6% increase in contributions, 3% from January 2026 and another 3% from January 2027. Well, the National Insurance Board provided some data to CNC3 News on exactly how much more different categories of earners would pay. Now, we can't go through each of the 16 classes, but let's look at those who earn minimum wage and work 40 hours a month. Someone earning around $3,500 a month now pays $161 in NIS contributions. In 2026, that will rise to $197, an increase of $36 per month. And by 2027, it will go up again to $234, another $36 increase, thus taking you from $161 now to $234 by 2027. Now, according to CSO data, albeit 2009 data, the average gross monthly household income is around $7,964 per month. Someone earning that now pays around $345 in NIS contributions. In 2026, that will rise to $423, an increase of around $78 per month. And by 2027, that will go up again to $501, another $78 increase, thus taking you from $344 that you're paying now to $501 in 2027. And now looking at the highest class of earners, which is $13,600 and over per month, someone earning in that range currently pays $598 per month. In 2026, that will go to around $734, representing a $136 increase. And in 2027, that $734 will increase to $870 per month. And while the NIB said it understands people may not be eager to pay more, its executive director said the increases are reasonable and needed to protect benefits and secure the fund. Niala Prasad Pulaya said if nothing is done, the fund would be depleted by 2033. The executive director anticipates that the increase would generate $2 billion between 2026 and 2027. The last increase in these rates would have come in 2016. Akash Samaru, CNC3 News.
So you heard it.
Yeah, so persons will this will erode. Well, for those who get the increase, this will erode some of a significant part of it for those on the higher bands of the increase, and for those who just in the private sector, it will also take away. But there's a point that,
if
you're made about the 4%, the teachers.
Before you say that, you're seeing that in the private sector, it would erode from them also. They're not getting an increase.
Yeah, no, they're not part of that.
The private sector. If I work in, all right, so I was working on a radio station, and you're going to be no, I didn't get an increase. You actually cut my salary when it was COVID. You never replace half of the people who lose salary under COVID with some companies. The companies never put it back to the original rate, you know.
They keep it depressed.
They kept it at the low. I could talk about that working in a company. When COVID came, they cut your salary and said to you, we're not getting no revenue. When COVID ended, they never reinstated what they cut.
And then now, the employer also is going to be paying more money as well. That will be passed on to the same customer. So you go to the grocery, and a grocery about 20 employees. You know how much else they have to pay?
Tell me.
A significant increase for them. And therefore, they're going to drop that in the price of bread, eggs, cheese, and whatever else. In addition to the increased electricity charge, in addition to the rent, because a lot of stores rent. They pay rent. So we're adding rent on top of electricity, on top of the NIS payment, on top of the doubling of the port charges that they have to pay. All right? Bank charges. All those things are going to feed into an increase in prices. So more pressure.
Really? Well, there are some economists saying that they are begging persons not to do that.
Well, I saw the Minister of Finance tell people to resist the business community. They're not sure what you're going to do if you go to the grocery and the grocery tell you, well,
he tell you to stay home and cook.
Oh, that is Minister of Planning.
Yeah, he's still one cook. Well, remember he's the junior minister in the Ministry of Finance, eh?
Well, yeah, well, that's true. So, one telling you to stay one cook, and the other one saying, which is the Minister of Finance, saying for you to resist the higher prices. So if you go to Massey, you must resist when the prices go.
These people name, please.
Please
and tax.
Understand.
Because these people, number one, they're not advertising here, number one. Number two, they will say that man putting me up.
Yeah, well, I'm paying them up. And there's nothing negative. So, but okay. So if you go to a grocery in your community, all right, you go to town, you go to buy any grocery, and the price going up because they have to pay more electricity rates, they have to pay more NIS, and you hear these significant increases. These are significant increases for a supermarket because they already pay. They work on the margins.
Right.
So any increase by 1% is a big issue. They have to adjust prices to accommodate that. Right? And so therefore you have increased the prices. The grocery man can't not more that he have to raise his price.
Right.
The bakery man have to raise his price. Then in the same environment where they asking taxi drivers to drop the price, right? But here it is. The taxi driver has to face the same grocery with the higher prices. The taxi driver has to pay the same rent with the higher rent. The taxi driver have to pay. So therefore you can't even. So those who are asking the taxi drivers to drop the rates, they're forgetting that the taxi driver is operating in the same
space that everybody else operates
where everything going up.
Let's listen to this clip from the minister.
On the completion of the bargaining process, we will work with Republic Bank, First Citizens Bank, and the National Insurance Board to find a comprehensive solution to discharge this national obligation. This government is focused on delivery and not delay, workers' rights and not neglect, appreciation and not excuses. In furtherance of the conclusion of negotiations for the civil service, statutory authorities, and the Tobago House of Assemblies for the periods 2014 to 2016 and 2017 to 2019. The Honorable Prime Minister has instructed me to advise the Chief Personnel Officer to submit a revised offer of 10%. Mr. Speaker, promise made, promise kept. Because when the UNC wins, public servants win.
See him? You know what he said? You heard what he said?
Yes, I heard what he said.
So you want to hear working with CPEP and URP?
Well, nothing. He didn't.
No, they did say something tonight. They said something tonight. We were discussing it before you came.
Let me hear.
You want to hear what they say about CPEP and URP? Mm-hmm. All right, let me allow you to hear what they said about CPEP and URP. Let me see if I can find it here. CPEP and URP. Where is it? Let me go down and see. CPEP and URP. I should have it here. I had it just now. I played it just now. Just now, right? It was here just now. Wait. I sure have it here. CPEP. No, that is not it. That is the old one. This is an old one I wanted to play now. Let me play this one. Take a listen to this. But I'm going to find back. I got to find that one for you. Take a listen.
Frustration boiled over at CPEP's St. Madeleine headquarters this morning as dismissed contractors gathered to demand payments owed since July. They accused the agency of abruptly ending contracts under the claim of removing ghost gangs, while many insisted they had legitimate crews and completed work. For some, like Feria Cornelia, the outstanding money represents more than wages. It's the principle of having already fulfilled their side of the contract. She says repeated attempts for answers from the company's leadership have been ignored.
I have documents here that we signed telling us take out whatever we owe to NIS, health surcharge, take it out from the management fee, send the rest. Since the 22nd August, my documents went from compliance to finance. Up to today, no word from finance, no word from the CEO, no word from nobody. And they talk about road and goes.
Other contractors say the sudden dismissal left them scrambling to meet financial obligations with no notice or opportunity to prepare. Among them, Marlene Hazel described mounting pressures as bills pile up and her company struggles to recover. She said the lack of communication from CPEP has deepened their frustration and created hardship for workers and families.
Even today, the bank now messaged me about my mortgage, and that was the final notice for me to pay my mortgage. I need my money. A lot of contractors have bills to pay.
Efforts to get answers from CPEP officials were unsuccessful.
All right, so you want to know what's going on because you didn't hear the news. So you want to know what is the plans for CPEP now, right? Mm-hmm. All right.
Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the draft estimates for the 2026 fiscal year. The funds have been transferred from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Minister Barry Padara says the money will be used to wrap up operations, settle outstanding liabilities, and close administrative offices. The Finance Minister announced in his budget presentation that the government will phase out CPEP and the Unemployment Relief Program, calling them state-funded criminal gangs. Tanku said both programs will be replaced by full-time, better-paid jobs under a new employment fund. The closure affected thousands of workers. Government has set aside $7 million to wind up CPEP, according to the draft estimates for the 2026 fiscal year. The funds have been transferred from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the Ministry of Public Utilities. Minister Barry Padara says the money will be used to wrap up operations, settle outstanding liabilities, and close administrative offices. The Finance Minister announced in his budget presentation that the government will phase out CPEP and the Unemployment Relief Program, calling them state-funded criminal gangs. Tanku said both programs will be replaced by full-time, better-paid jobs under a new employment fund. The closure affected thousands of workers.
Sorry to laugh.
They told them they were cleaning it up and they were going to get rid of the ghosts and they'll be rehired. That was not the talk?
No.
That they'll know I'm talking about when it happened, when the whole thing happened.
No.
That wasn't what they were saying?
No.
It wasn't saying something in that effect?
No. No. What you thought you heard them say?
Just what I said, that they come in with plenty of steam and they get rid of the ghosts in CPEP but people will be rehired in the new dispensation.
What, you heard them say that?
Well, that is what I took from it, from the whole. Yeah.
No. Tahaka,
you have receipts. I do have receipts. So I just going on what I felt. But that was the normal
what
thing in Trinidad and Tobago.
What was that?
You make some noise, but then people get rehired. And I think I heard people getting rehired on somebody. Well, that's right.
How you can hear people getting rehired and they just said how they're closing it down?
Well, that's what. But this to me, this is heartless.
How is heartless?
Because these people are people who, based on their income, all right, they need a break. And the last thing they could have afforded to hear is that the program closed down entirely. Whilst anybody will be happy to get a permanent job, when that company going on form for the jobs to be available, you know? So it's a heartless thing.
What is a heartless thing?
To get rid of so many workers without any opportunity.
Brethren, people vote for that. I don't understand you.
Well, maybe not those people.
How mean maybe not those people? Listen to me. There's a member of parliament who stood up in the parliament and say, Mr. Speaker, I see people in CPEP's jerseys. I know people who work in CPEPs. That's what she said it. I know people who work in CPEPs who had on red jerseys, who voted for me. Why you laughing? Am I saying something wrong? You want me to pull the video for you? You don't believe me?
No, I believe you.
No, you don't believe me.
But what I find is so this went down tonight, right?
Yeah.
What about those? It was what 12,000 CPEP, not so? It was a large number.
Yeah.
And the those in reforestation.
You hear them say anything? You seen anybody going on their phone and doing a live and saying that they're wicked and all they could do us that? That is not what they said to us. You seen anybody doing any live, CPEP workers doing any live and saying that?
No, because they fear victimization.
But you don't get victimized already. You don't lose your work 6 months.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about
rehiring.
Yeah. People still hopeful, and hope is what people dies the currency.
No. Taka, no, you play me for a fool. Let us be real now. People in CPEPs, as the minister said, people in CPEPs said that they were waiting till after the budget to know where their fate lie. They said that. The Prime Minister, come on, what are you talking about? They don't want to get victimized, so they're waiting to. So you're going to wait more now to see? To be sell that dream?
The reality is this. The government will put the knee, the shoe on the necks of persons as long as they don't squeal.
Okay, well that's why I'm saying to you.
As long as they remain quiet.
Are you hearing them saying anything?
Or at least this government, these personalities in government.
Are you hearing the people saying anything to Haka? Let's be real. The people who you're sitting here and trying to figure out if they promised them, if they didn't promise them, and whatever. You hearing them saying anything?
Maybe we need to meet with the people and mobilize them, because once people are mobilized, they can take action.
They'll leave me alone.
I'm prepared to meet with those who...
Mobilize.
No,
mobilize? You mean mobilize?
No, once the people mobilize, the government will have to listen.
Tahaka, that is not true. That is not... You see what you're saying there?
Once the people are mobilized, the government
you run out. I see one of my media colleagues at time mobilize, and she run out she whole self. And when she look back, she alone all out there. Well, Bridging.
Well, a lot of mobilization is done quietly. It doesn't have to be in the public. But
the same people was on the phone calling the radio and saying, yeah, we coming out there with you. We coming out there with you.
I ain't talking about that kind of mobilization. I'm talking about the work that is done to fill a stadium. That kind of work.
But we have done where I used to work, we had done that kind of work in front of the waterfront. Mm-hmm. We had thousands of people in front of the waterfront. When you all were going to put the stand your ground law, runoff bill and all these different things. We had thousands of people in front of that waterfront.
When I was going to, I was in Africa. I didn't join politics until 2017. So I'm not sure. I'm trying to scan Google in my head to see what event you're talking about, because I was in Ghana at the time.
We were in front of the waterfront. That's how that station 91.9 became very popular, because we would have gathered thousands of persons in front of the waterfront, and that's when they had UNC people and PNM people there, and the UNC people sitting there asking them, "What are you here for?" "Well, we just here to for the leader."
Yeah, I see that video. I saw that video.
Yeah, and we had the opposite on the other side, which was PNM people. And when they went to the PNM people and asked them, "Why are you here?" "Because of the runoff bill, and we don't agree with the runoff bill."
People articulate and declare.
Okay.
So that type of activism is required at this stage. I'm prepared to participate in that.
I want somebody to send me the video with Khadija Amin in the parliament. Send me the video. Only look for it. And send me the video. No, I want to play it for you.
Okay.
Because you all have to understand that these people played people for fools.
Well, that is clear. But beyond playing them, it is now dangerous, because people have been expecting that they will get something by now. Because people who work in CPEP and ERP and reforestation, their incomes aren't significant. So any period without income is a problem, and therefore the government
people
has
must get paid. Them people must get paid easy behind we back, and we fighting up here, curling about.
Now, one thing I'm sure we didn't get.
They're getting something to Haka. So then why are we not hearing them? Because they're afraid they get victimized. All of them, afraid that they get victimized. All of them.
Yeah, the fear is a crippling thing.
Wow, you good boy. I really don't understand why you're a politician. Maybe I can cut out for that, nah? Me cut out for that. The reason why I have a microphone in front of my mouth today, the reality of it is because where I was, they were trying to stifle me and shut me up. For the truth, for talking truth. And they told me, they were trying to tell me what to say, when to say, how to say what. And then on top of that, you're trying to train my face. Oh, you're talking for free because you're talking all that truth and you're getting nothing for it. So they were insulting me and make me to believe that I was nothing. So they own a radio station license, and they believe that because they have a license and I working for them, they can dictate what truth I talk and how I talk my truth. So if those persons who believed that they were so deceived and deceptive and lies were told to them, and on Saturday, the SOE will end, let us see where your fear lies. If your fear lies in the words of people, or if you're deep down inside of you have a fear for truth to come out and talk your truth. I have a friend, she does always say, if it's one thing nobody shouldn't stop you from talking is your truth. And expressing your truth. And we are realizing now what you're saying. Let me tell you why I'm so passionate and it really irking me, brother. Because if you're saying that all these persons lost their jobs with the hope of believing that they're going to restructure this thing, hear what I said to them, you know. We're going to get rid, we close it down because of the gang element. And we're going to get rid of the ghost and the gang elements in it. The minister lie and tell we they auditing CPEP, and he demanded, or he told the board that he put together that they have to complete an audit of CPEP within 7 months. 7 months ain't reach yet, Bridget. And you're closing it down. You sell people all that dreams and loot. And I must just settle as a brother who know people who work CPEP for years, send their children to school, do all kind of thing, was in a credit union, borrow money, all kind of thing. And you telling me now that I must just say to them, well, I know you're frightened because you may not get into the next, you may not be accepted in the 5,000 or 10,000, how much others that might get through with the permanent job. So keep quiet until that happens. So when that happens now, what's going on with you? Even if you still ain't get through.
Deliberate action must be taken. Deliberate action must be taken. The people who are, the principles I ascribe to growing up in NJAC, mobilization is the first thing.
I agree with you, you know. I agree with the mobile. My problem with is that.
And in the mobilization of people is where the consultation occurs. Because people have to, it's one thing for people to know the reality. Is the next thing for them to know which direction they're going. So the people who are telling them, the people who's leading this vanguard and this struggle have to be clear as to where they're going and have to communicate that clearly with the people. So here what? If we're saying that you are not included, you have been terminated, and you just heard on the news that the company that you depended on your livelihood for, that they told you you're going to get back in, is being shut down, which means you are not being considered. Your livelihood does not matter to this government. The people who are saying they want to lead you have to be clear where they're leading you. So I'm saying it like this. It must be deliberate action, in that at the end of the day, at the end of the action, the government must deliver to those people what they deserve as citizens of this country. You deserve an opportunity for decent work, an opportunity to so they can mind your family and take care of your expenses. And as a result of that, if they have closed down the program with the promise, the government must be held to that, and they can only be held to that if the people are mobilized.
Let me tell you something.
And mobilize under leadership, because the reality is, under the hands of the wrong person, they could take action, you know, but it still does not necessarily mean that they'll get the result they want.
All right, so let me tell you this, right? And you see Mr. Anisette? Mr. Anisette have been pointing out to us what is going on in this country.
Well, he pointed to the racism.
Thank you.
The lack of Africans on boards.
How we so sure? Because they have already shown. Let me tell you something. My father always taught me this. When somebody show you who they are,
believe them.
If the first 6 months of their governance, you have showed me that you window dress with black people, how you so sure that the black people who lost their jobs in CPEP will get it back? Let me tell you something.
What is clear is the government is running a racist agenda. That is clear. Now, the problem in this country is even when it is obvious, people are afraid to say the obvious. Because in this country, if you call out racism, you become called the racist. That is the reality. At the same time, the government is pursuing a racist agenda. They are also trampling on the lives of citizens. And the government has to be taught that that is not allowed in a society where we keep each other as brothers and sisters. And the way to do that is through deliberate, mobilized action, where we focus on who is going to lead it. And because you see, the reality is the opposite is chaos, eh?
Yeah, but let me tell you something.
Because if those 20,000 people spontaneously erupt,
I know what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying.
That is chaos.
Right, but let me tell you this.
And it's not going to help them achieve the means that they need. So what would be
wise enough to do
is we get deliberate action and not to go and ask them for something, you know.
Tell them what you want.
To demand that as a government, enough is enough. And you have to answer to the people, and these people need a livelihood.
All right.
And you have to provide it because it is you who stole their livelihoods from them.
All right, but listen to this. You start a wrong conversation, you know. We should have left this alone, you know. We should have left this alone.
I can still talk about
we should have left this alone. We will talk about it.
We will come back and next day and do that one.
Yeah, I feel so. Because you raise answerness. And now to come out of the answerness, we getting bite. Listen to me. 6 months. 6 months. You want to say 5 or?
Well, it could be 6 months next week. The 28th.
Right. This government in office. Let me just sing alone that way. Let me just sing alone that way. You telling me that Ms. Bissessa has given out? This is her second time giving out land to Caroni workers within 6 months of governance. Boy.
They give it again today?
Yes, sir.
But they stole the land from those young people in Chatham, those waiting for it in presto, which was a balanced system.
Sir.
Where
Sir.
In a balanced system, the African has an opportunity to get land. It's the first, as I was telling somebody today, it was the first attempt at proper land reform in this country since the end of slavery.
Sir.
That's the lands in Chatham,
Sir.
the lands in...
You know, I stay away from all with that mobilization there because I will get vexed. I'm going to tell you why. I want you to listen to my brother. Listen to me. I see, after coming out of why I came out of working for people and being treated a certain way, my levels right now, you see, were you talking there? How, Tahaka, in 6 months, you are able to give your people land twice.
But you steal land from African people. You steal land from a balanced group of people, which included African people. We were represented there. East Indians were represented. Chinese, it had some persons who even Syrian, I believe, and so on. Right? So you had all ethnicities represented in this land distribution under the PNM. The first proper attempt at land reform in this country.
Let me go back
since enslavement ended.
We come here to talk money.
But the land thing is an important thing. I think we might have to come back and next to deal with the business that I want to discuss in terms of the products and services. Because we can't get into land and leave it. You know?
No, because you see, you believe, and I listen to me now, don't get me wrong, you know, Betchen. I totally agree with you, you know. Mobilize under proper leadership and demand upon assault. I learned that. If my father listening now, he expects me to endorse that. Because that's what he taught me. Right? But what we not gain at is, or what I personally watching, is that there is a level of awareness of the war that we're fighting. Because we're not fighting a war with people who want to fight fear.
Well, what is clear, and I'll say this without any apology. What is clear is this UNC government is not afraid of openly dispossessing Africans with land,
with jobs.
No, I didn't mean land first. With land, whilst at the same time, in the same 5-month period, gifting largely East Indians land. That is a core racist policy. And Professor Selwyn Kojo should be ashamed to be part of that entire organization. Because the reality is, he had an organization when I was the head of the African Society in UWI that went across the country identifying instances where there was racism, systemic and direct acts of racism against persons of African descent. And here you have a clear case of a policy where land was given out across the board, which included Africans. And the government scrapped that. They removed the ability of those persons to access their lands. And now you're giving out lands to almost exclusively East Indians. It is racist. And now you juxtapose that with, you send home thousands of people, and you're using dog whistling and so on to talk about criminal activity and so on. You're sending African people in the main, and you don't care if they live or they die. You don't care if they live or they die, because it is by your income that you live or you die. But I'll say this though. For me to get fired up though, like how you get fired up with other people in front of me, I just feed off for the crowd. But I will say this though, that why I say deliberate action. This country has had several revolutions and riots. All right? You had the Hussein in 1898. Before that, you had plenty riots in 1800s. But in 1900s, you had the water riots in 1904, which, whilst it was spontaneous, it was not. The Ratepayers Association, the government had instituted water rates, and the Ratepayers Association, they met and they took action, and that led to the Red House being burned down because they had a confrontation with police in 1904. The Butler riots in 1937, it was led again by the trade union. So after the positive action that come out of leadership, after the water riots, we got to have a representative in the Legislative Council. Before we didn't have in the Red House. In 1937, the trade union movement, under the vanguard of the leadership and Butler, they had a next altercation with police again in Faizabad. Police officer Charlie King was killed, and at the end of that, what happened was they got reforms in terms of industrial relations in this country. Then you have 1970. It was done because 8 years after being a government, being independent, the colonial structure, power structure was overbearing on Trinidad and Tobago. And that is how we got to become a republic long before Jamaica and so on. Right? Jamaica is still struggling to try to get rid of the Queen. But then again, it had leadership, McCandle Dagger and the whole team of persons that would have led it. 1990 also had leadership. Right, in the person of Imam Yassin Abubakar, for whatever reason, whatever persons ascribed to what was the outcome of that, whether good or bad, it had leadership. So leadership gets you a direction. Other than that, you could end up having what you have, which is spontaneous rioting, and you can have. It can escalate to a point that may not necessarily be helpful.
And I totally agree with
to
you.
Even the persons involved in it.
I totally agree with you.
So whilst all those instances I pointed to you, persons died in 1990, 1970, 1937, 1904, because 16 people were killed in 1904 in the Red House, for us to get one person to be in the Red House, right? So persons died in every revolution, and there was a revolution in every generation in this country. 04, then 37, 34, 33 years after in 37, then 33 years after in 70, and then 20 years after in 1990. But because there's leadership, there's a solution that comes out at the end of it. All right? So that to me is the concern that we have. With social media, news goes faster than before, so persons don't have to wait to coalesce and to mobilize like before. Before it took time to build momentum. But I think the time has come for, if the government is moving with such impunity, the time has come for us to take action, but it must be deliberate.
All
because right. Just having a spontaneous outburst doesn't necessarily help anybody.
I hear you. Take a listen to this.
Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and Defence Minister Wayne Sturge have refused to answer questions about reports that 2 Trinidadians were killed in a United States strike off Venezuela's coast.
This comes as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Admiral Alvin Halsey, signaled his intention to resign 2 days after the operation killed 6 people. Persad-Bissessar bypassed a media huddle at a Carney lease distribution ceremony today, stopping briefly to indicate that she was about...
Was she huddled to go where? To do what? What she went to do?
I don't know what in Nagar.
So you're not listening to the clip then?
You stop it midway.
I stopped it when she said what she was going to do.
To meet the Southern Commander.
I played it from the beginning again. Take a listen.
Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and Defence Minister Wayne Sturge have refused to answer questions about reports that 2 Trinidadians were killed in a United States strike off Venezuela's coast.
This comes as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Admiral Alvin Halsey, signaled his intention to resign 2 days after the operation killed 6 people. Persad-Bissessar bypassed a media huddle at a Carney lease distribution ceremony today.
What distribution ceremony? Yeah, so,
but the disrespect of not responding to questions from the media for 2 of our citizens who were killed on the seas. You send a text message to Jewel Brown to tell Jewel that what you said at the beginning of it, which is kill them all violently if they are found wanting, whatever. But we don't know. We don't know the facts. If these fellas were really but I played it for you to hear what she was going to do. But listen to the rest now. Mm-hmm. You think not responding to the media was bad? Listen what the minister did. You know what the minister do? Listen what the minister do. The minister who people vote for to put in office, who if Mr. Hines or Keith Scotland had done this, what this minister do, you feel today, you feel in the morning, it would have been nice on the media. Listen to this.
Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar and Defence Minister Wayne Sturge have refused to answer questions about reports that 2 Trinidadians were killed in a United States strike off Venezuela's coast.
This comes as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, Admiral Alvin Halsey, signaled his intention to resign 2 days after the operation killed 6 people. Persad-Bissessar bypassed a media huddle at a Carney lease distribution ceremony today, stopping briefly to indicate that she was about to attend a virtual CARICOM meeting before a cabinet session ahead of tomorrow's budget debate. Sturge also avoided reporters exiting through a side door despite repeated calls for comment. Only one cabinet minister...
What did the minister did? What did the minister do?
Well, they said he ducked the media.
He went through a side door. The minister Sturge went through a side door. So let me say it now with another minister or a former minister. Minister Hines went through a side door. What do you think will happen? How do you feel the media will put that tomorrow? If it was Minister Keith Scotland went through a side door. How you feel Dale and Tony will deal with that? He should be fired. And you don't believe that they would say he should be fired? You don't think that there would have been an outcry of Minister Hines have to go? That is a disrespect, not just to the media, but to the Trinidad and Tobago. The minister refused to even say, well, let me invest. Hear what the minister could have done, you know. I'm not totally abreast on the matter. Allow me to get the relevant information, and I will then have a press conference or put out a press release. Who is he? Who is he? Communications person. He need me or what? Simple. Minister, the choka mic in your face. Minister, I am not too familiar with the situation. I've heard, but I'm not too familiar with it. What I'll do is I'll get the relevant information and I will put out a press release, or I may have a press conference concerning it with the Prime Minister's whatever.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm more focused on the economy and the government, what they were talking about the CARICOM meeting, right? The government also has a problem with the relations in CARICOM, you know, in terms of some of the statements that they've been making. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm not sure the media also has much knows how to put what box to put the minister for what national security in. That is the other thing. They're not sure what role. Because he wasn't stripped of some portfolios recently.
Who? Who is that?
The Minister of National Security. They moved some from him to under.
I don't know.
Under Alexander. They moved some from Sir to Alexander, I believe. But that said, I mean, if we were to land on the budget, right? In terms of this. I am more interested in the distribution of the current leases, because that is the second lease distribution, as I said. But the young people who have lands in Chatham, they move the soldiers from the lands, preventing them from accessing it. And now 6 months later, they've been effectively dispossessed of their property, you know, by the state. And we know who is the Minister of Agriculture, and we know who is the Minister of Lands. So that's why I'm saying the question of mobilization, with mobilization comes sensitization, and people need to be clear as to what their growth is, and we move forward. But again, persons, I guess, are waiting for the state of emergency to be ended. But remember, they can always extend it if they wish. So we have to wait and see if it is really allowed to end.
You think so?
Because they could always decide that we're not going to let it end and continue.
All right, let's take some calls. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good night. This program, I don't mobilization is a good strat now, because you have to make your facts. You have that if you're getting paid on a monthly basis, etc., and as you get all your facts, then you could in terms of mobilization.
Well, no, the facts are that people have lost their jobs, they're being dispossessed, and mobilization is all you need to do, just bringing the people together, you know. And then when you bring them together, you make clear what your direction is, what is the position and the stand you're going to take. But even in the example that our moderator, Pastor Google, explained about the waterfront, they did mobilization. And they did sensitization, because you have to now make it clear, get everybody on the same page. And then you take action. Then you participate.
All right. Hello, good evening, caller.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Mr. Obika, one of the things that you highlighted, right, and in the budget presentation is this, right? So the minister said that They want to encourage the manufacturing sector to carry the load and so on, right? Now picture it. I am a business owner or somebody thinking about coming to invest in Trinidad. Because they spoke about investment coming from India and so on. When I see the amount of different charges that would be imposed upon me and so on, and especially when you think you have a forex crisis, what is the incentive for me to bring back my foreign exchange and invest it in Trinidad and Tobago in the environment where you're considering? And you're speaking about putting it around to the poor people and to spread the power around, right? But the same people who want to create investment, the environment is not conducive for them to create investment and to create jobs because it's punitive measured, right? And especially in the sectors, I suspect that they want to employ these people in permanent positions. Would these people be employed in jobs at minimum wage or close to that? And also, if it's in the service industry, as a service provider, where you have imposed a penalty on me as a business operator in terms of GATS and so on, customs duties, import duties, and so on. There's no incentive for me to want to come and set up business. And if going forward over the next 5 years, we want to expand the manufacturing sector, then those charges were not the way to go. I wonder if you would agree with me on that.
100%. 100%. No, I see some people saying, well, the men are buying. It's not that. I have learned message discipline. I grew up in an organization called NJAC, and I joined the PNM, and I understand message discipline. Horses for courses. I am not a media person. I'm an economist. So therefore, anything on the economy, I could deal with that. Anything on giving people land, because land is economics. I could deal with that. Anything on African empowerment, because that is also my upbringing, I could deal with that as well. So once it goes beyond that, I don't want to venture an opinion, and then I'm not accurate. So that's why I always try to bring it back to what I'm strong in. Maybe on national security, you might have to get a different guest who understands that sector. But in terms of the points that the caller raised just now, the brother raised, in terms of the manufacturing sector, it's the same points I'm saying. If you want to invest in a country, even if you're here in Trinidad and Tobago and you want to invest, and you see all these taxes coming in, you're holding back. Because business people could wait. 5 years is nothing for a businessman to send the money to the next country. They could send it to St. Martin, they could send it to Grenada, they could send it to Cayman Islands, and they could do business over there. So that is just moving, that come like moving money from one account to the next. That is not an issue for them. So if they see that the government is raining hellfire on them in taxes, they're going to then take their time and be less enthusiastic when it comes to investing in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's obvious.
Let's take this call. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
How are you today, sir?
Great.
Hello?
Go ahead, caller. We listen to you now.
Okay. Very good program, as usual. I don't know what to shift the topic from the public servants into. I wanted to hear what the gentleman had to say on that. But anyway, so be it. I hope you all get back to that. You haven't again.
What exactly you want to ask him about it?
All right. So I believe, right, that we have been struggling again as far as that negotiation is concerned. Because if you really check it out, right, you say, okay, 10% across the board. Well, for the 2 periods, 10%, right? They did not say, what about, they still have a period outstanding from 2020, 21, and 22. Yeah, let us say, what is this going on with that? We have no idea when these negotiations are going to start. Right? Because there has to be some kind of breakdown. Each year you get this percent this year, this percent that year. It is not, it is a very long and drawn out process. Right? People feeling that this is a now for now thing.
Well,
they did not see how long.
Right. So you raised a good point there, and if I could just chip in on that, they did not say specifically when these monies will be paid, and the main reason for that is because there is no revenue. Right. So most likely they will either have to borrow the money or take from the savings, the Heritage and Civilization Fund, to pay it. So there's another way to do it, But they said they were going to do that in 2020, and now they've changed it, and that is devalue the currency. In 2020, they said that they allow the currency to reach, let market forces decide the currency. So if they devalue the currency, they could easily pay it. But then of course they'll be suffering. So the thing is, we challenge them that they claim that they're going to devalue the currency, and when the election came around, they said no, that doesn't arise. So we'll see. We have 5 years to see if indeed the currency would be allowed to devalue. Remember, we only have 5.3 months of import cover, and that is declining in terms of foreign reserves.
And what is going to happen when that runs out? What is going to happen?
Well, I don't want to imagine a day when that will happen, because before it runs out, the IMF will come in. Remember, they mentioned the World Bank several times in the budget.
Okay, well, what I believe too, sir, that conditions are being set for that to take place.
Well, the condition is set already.
Right, because you have a number of people home, right?
The condition is set already because, in fact, when you look at the borrowings that they're looking at, say a significant percentage of this $15 billion, although I'm seeing 18 billion as well. So a significant percentage of that is going to be foreign borrowing, So who are they going to borrow this money from? Is it the World Bank? What are the conditionalities that come with it? We were in an IMF program before, and it tied us up, and therefore that is why the PNM made a claim that we will not go back to the IMF. IMF and World Bank are two sides of the same coin. They are Bretton Woods organizations, right? So if you go back to the IMF and the World Bank, they come with conditionalities. You have to send home workers. You have to privatize certain sectors. On top of that, the UNC is acting with impunity when it comes to the treatment of persons who are clearly Africans. It don't make sense sugarcoating and hiding it. And in terms of sending them home and dispossessing them from their land that the government would have granted them, all right, for farming. So the agenda is clear, all right, and clearly it is not a case of everybody winning. And therefore we must make the government come to book on that.
All right. Hello, good evening, caller.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, I want to deal a little bit with the land business, what take place today. I was watching it.
All right. Hello, good evening, caller.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm listening
I want
to
to
you.
deal with the land business.
Yeah, so you can talk because
but you have to load on your television set or whatever you listen to us on, because there is a delay.
All right. And what I saw.
But you have to load on your television set or whatever you listen to us on, because there is.
Hold on. I want to make this point.
I'm not sure this caller, you having technical difficulties. You might want to have somebody else on, because he's answering a separate call.
Okay.
No, he's listening to us
because
on
I want
TV.
to make this point.
No, caller, you're not. You need to take off. You need to take off. You need to take off your.
I'll take it off.
All right, well, go ahead.
The land that I saw they distributing this evening is for the second time I have seen something like this. These little people who the PNM did put in these little places where they would get a little agricultural land, they'd get a little house spot and thing like that. Or you take all of that from them. But in the space of only 6 months, or they could be distributing lands again to Caroni. Who has benefited the most? I don't think it have a next group of people benefit as much as Caroni decision and shaping the country's future, good or bad. We have a predicament. It's our people. The same people, and we have a lot of little people who listening to these people and being misled. So we have a problem. I hear talking about mobilization and I'm all for that. But we have a problem with our smallest set of people. Tell me what you think, if I talk with sense or not.
Totally right. We meet one today. Thank you very much, caller. The caller says the truth. At the end of the day, if I am a union leader, I'm in charge of a union, right? I black like the SSP, and I belong to a union. I not I belong. I am in charge of the union. And I'm seeing things like this happening, and I'm not saying anything about it. I'm not saying anything about it. I am endorsing it. Because I'm not saying anything, so that means I'm endorsing it. If I am a part of that union, and my union leader, who I look up to, there are leaders and there are followers. And if I am your leader, and I'm not saying anything about it, right? Not saying nothing about it, then clearly I will have to believe that what my leader seeing the bigger picture, and my leader must be seeing it from a different bird's eye view. So then nothing is wrong with it.
And that is what you're seeing. What about the black-owned businesses that are now will be cut? Because if they could do this openly and send home all these workers who are clearly majority African and once, or you have land being given out, once Africans are benefiting, you're dispossessing them and you're only giving where East Indians alone can benefit.
Listen.
And if people can see that openly,
and still support it.
No, I'm saying what are they doing that you cannot see, and that's going to be even more dangerous, and that's the problem.
Let's take a listen to this.
This is Boyo and Kala. Yeah, we're using those names. They're keeping the names simple. Somebody's doing too much these days with the names. But Boyo and Kala drives a vehicle with a 50-liter fuel tank, which is about average for the average vehicle in the time. To fill that tank, 45 liters, providing it in a amount of gas instead of 5 liters left to the tank. So you're filling about 45 liters. So let's say you're saving about $45 each time you fill up. You fill up 4 times a month, that's about $180 in savings. Good. So far, so good. But here's the thing. Boyo and Kala don't own their own home. Yet, at least. For now, they are renting from somebody. And then one day, property tax, oh shit, landlord tax came into the equation. Now the couple is wondering, how will this affect them? On the surface, it doesn't seem like it affects them because they are a tenant, not a landlord. But the point of a landlord is to make money. A landlord is a business owner. It just doesn't seem like it. But being a landlord means you own a business. You are in the rental market, which means you have to make a profit. So now, if you are a landlord and you are now faced with property tax, well, not property tax, landlord tax, what are you going to do? You're not going to absorb that cost because it's going to eat into your profits. You are simply going to pass that cost along. Even if you were to raise rent by $50 per month, you are going to eat into that $180 savings that Boyo and Kala now enjoy because of that $1 lower gas price. But it doesn't stop there because Boyo and Kala also live in a country that manufactures stuff. And now they are going to have to pay just a little bit more for electricity. Now, again, remember, the point of a business is not to run a business. Nobody likes working. The point of a business is to make a profit, which means anything that is eating into your profit ultimately will have to get passed along the food chain. Next in line after manufacturing is whoever buying this stuff from you. And if they are selling to somebody else, then they are going to pass that cost along. Eventually, the cost is going to reach all the way down to Boyo and Kala, which wouldn't affect Boyo and Kala anyway because they have $180 in savings from lower gas. Oh, wait, no, they spend that in the rent increase. Okay. Well, they'll go figure it out. But it doesn't stop there because in this modern financial world, you have to do business with a bank or any kind of other lending institution. And Boyo and Kala are no different. They have bank accounts. They have savings, they have check-ins, they use the ATM, they go over the counter. So they use and utilize financial institutions within the country. As fate will have it, just to give them a trilogy of savings, the banks and other lending institutions are now going to have to pay a form of tax, which they're all going to say, we aren't going to pass it on to the customers. No, we got to absorb the cost. And then ultimately, they're going to find a way to pass those costs right on to the customers. So Boyo and Kala are saving about $180 in fuel costs every month, but spending more than that everywhere else in their lives. And because the third movie made so much money in the franchise, Hollywood say, you give them a fourth sequel. So boom, you have a fourth installment. Your NIS gone. So let's do a mid-season recap for those who started watching the series late. Your NIS gone up, so you're making less at the back end when you don't work. Your rent will potentially go up. Manufacturing costs will go up, so you're going to be paying more for certain goods and services. The banks are going to find a way to trickle down those extra costs onto you. And then one day, when boy was on his way to work, to add insult to injury and throw a whole bag of salt in his open cut, boom, police roadblock, ticket. But at least, at the very least, thank God for small mercies, you are now saving $180 or thereabout in monthly fuel costs. That's if you fill up once a week. Obviously, if you fill up more, your savings will be more. But you are the sucker here. You are the punchline in this joke. Everybody else in this entire chain is going to be making more money as a result of this except you. Yet, when I look around social media, you are the one I'm seeing jumping for joy. This level of stupidity cannot be an evolutionary glitch. Evolution doesn't work like that. It weeds out the weakest link. It weeds out the bad and corrupted genes and only leaves the strongest. Some of you all clearly are deliberately shook. Somebody ran up in my chat today, They ran up, they jumped out themselves like a bad frog, like, hey, you see, look, you're not winning. And I say to myself, like, so if it changed the name of property tax and call it something else, it's no longer property tax. It's no landlord tax. And you're not seeing that. Okay, cool. But on the bright side, at least now, no VAT on Mobi, because, this was crushing us. This had our belt very, very, very tight for the longest while. So I'm glad we get some ease up on that. Lettuce, again, just yesterday I was saying to myself, boy, if only I could afford this lettuce, I'd buy it and be healthy, but the VAT is killing me. And then, well, salt, we all know that salt has been something we've been complaining about for years, and the PM never took us seriously. The price of salt just keep going through the roof, but now it's affordable. And lastly, VAT on coconut water. I'm baffled. Who sat down in a room somewhere and thought of these things, like you sat down and say, yeah, but Mobi, they couldn't afford Mobi. And salt. Oh, the struggling families, they couldn't afford salt. I don't know what to say, Some people still think they're winning. If you think you're winning, I can't disabuse you of that. If you're winning, you're winning. I certainly not winning. This is my opinion here. I'm not winning. End of discussion. Now, to the rest of you all watching my videos and not following, Come on. If I'm making good content, give me a follow now. Even if I'm making...
Government has proposed a 0.25% asset levy on commercial banks and insurance companies, a move expected to generate $575 million annually in state revenue. But while the measure targets financial institutions, experts warn it could come at a cost.
The levy is technically a tax on banks, but its ripple effects could reach households and businesses, particularly those already grappling with higher cost of living. My broader concern with the measure is that we are in an economic space where the country and the government, I think, would benefit from stronger private sector investment to support the government's economic policy framework.
Meanwhile, economist Dr. Ronald Ramkisoon, former manager of Republic Bank's Economic Intelligence Unit, is sounding a note of caution. He warns that the public may not feel the effects of the asset levy right away, but it is, in essence, a tax on growth, one that could trigger ripple effects across the economy, potentially stifling investment, innovation, and long-term development.
It could be passed on depending on the particular institution. It could be passed on this year or not this year, in a few years to come. If it is affecting profitability, it can then cause the institution not to do some of the positive things they are doing for youth, for sport, for the environment.
And while economist Dr. Indira Sajuan acknowledges that banks and insurance companies have consistently declared rising profits year after year, she's urging them to respond responsibly.
At this moment in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, where things are very, very difficult, especially for the average man, one has to really hope that these institutions seek to absorb this tax and not pass it on to customers.
And now for a look at today's energy and forex prices.
CPEP and URP was meant to do two things: keep black people poor and stupid. CPEP and URP was meant to do two things: keep black people poor and stupid, and to put big money in financiers' pocket. CPEP and URP is a money-making enterprise. That is why CPEP and URP was meant to do two things: keep black people poor and stupid. CPEP and URP was meant to do two things: keep black people poor and stupid, and to...
Again, you're vexed. I will you get vexed. I will you get vexed. How will you leave here this evening, tonight? How will you leave here? Saying, boy, he really getting a raw deal, you know.
Well, it's clear. I mean, I know that. It's just what you see, the same thing that you asking, right? Why people not responding? Why people not responding? It's like a pressure cooker.
But what do you think about what the Economist Sunday said?
No, I mean, Dr. Marina is spot on. She was my lecturer anyway. And
the second Economist say, he said he hoped that they don't pass it on this year. It doesn't matter when. What kind of mad people think is this? We so much love to the slaughter. Yeah. So here what? Let them have a good Christmas.
He was trying to be diplomatic.
Let them have a good Christmas.
He did say it will be passed on.
It will be.
So he didn't say...
It shouldn't be passed on now.
No, he wasn't saying if it will be passed on. He said it will
be passed on, but don't do it now.
No, he's not saying do it now.
What
he said depending on which institution, they decide when they
pass it on. But it go pass on.
The third one, not sure if she constitutes an economist, because she more songs as a praise singer for the government these days since she got her board appointment. But
so why are they still asking her opinion?
Well,
what you asking me? And is it an independent? But it is an independent view you're looking for.
No. When they call it, they know it's not independent. They're pro.
But then leave you alone with that.
It's a pro-government view, pro-UNC, pro-government. But in the US, once you hear the name, you know, right, okay, this is the messaging from the party you're getting here. This is the UNC messaging. All right? Because she sounded on the same message point as Minister Tanku, where she said she will be able to pass it on. That's the same message point that he used, where resist the businesses passing on charges to you.
Okay, so the bank passing on charges to me resist. How are resisting taking up more money from that bank? What bank I go put it in?
This is what he said, right?
What bank I go put it in? No, if the bank...
You had to make your own bank, apparently. He said,
no, that's
he said resist.
You
and then in the same meeting, he said that he as minister, when he get $200 to travel. Now, even if you know that is not true, that's no banking can tell a minister you only can get $200 of finance.
No,
the president charge
I feel he was opposition then. He was opposition then.
Okay,
Tanku went anyway.
Okay.
Tanku went anyway since he became a minister 5-6 months ago. No, he didn't go to a place.
Okay, I don't know. I didn't check.
Let me tell you something, eh?
But
we sticking with the economists and we sticking with the economy talk.
Yeah.
And the reality of it is a wolf standing up in front of sheep and saying to sheep, I am now a vegetarian. That's what they do. That's what they're doing to us. We are all vegetarians. We, the sheep, we, the wolf, are now vegetarians.
No, people seeing clearly through it.
You really believe that?
Yes.
No.
So, for example, when they asked Dr. Marinats, her points were clear that these taxes are going to affect people in their pockets and that many working class people are going to have hardship. She said it was clear. She was very clear.
People only really seeing through this.
And
people on the live.
Ronald Ramkissoon was clear as well. He said this will be passed on to the people.
People on the live only really seeing through this. I see somebody live saying, I hope what? It ain't passed on this year.
That done passed on already.
That people believing it wouldn't be passed on this year.
That done built in. That is automatic.
So what do we do now? Asking you, I mean, you can't do nothing.
You could. Okay, the reality is, right?
Is it for all financial institutions?
Banks and insurance companies.
So, credit unions.
But there are certain things that you have to do with the bank. That's the problem. Certain things that you have to do with the bank. So with the credit union, you can do certain things. But for example, they still don't have the ability to do... there are certain transactions that they're not allowed to do in certain manners. But, I mean, I'm an advocate for the credit union movement, you know. And the credit union sector is the people's sector. There's $21 billion in it there. But there are certain transactions that you don't have a choice but to do with the bank anyway. So you must have a bank account basically to exist. That's how it goes. So, but But in terms of we get them a teaser on how the things that I've been working on, having people to find mechanisms to make things work for them, and we could always revisit this in our next session. All right, or you want to do that exclusively in next session? Let me focus on the budget.
We are talking to anybody, but you're not hearing yourself. They're not hearing you. Yeah. So like how you hearing me?
Right.
If you're not hearing me.
Yeah, you're hearing. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can. I'll just get them a teaser. I'll come back next week when the debate has reached a certain point.
Somebody sent a voice note.
So, for example, on a personal level, as a financial advisor, personal economist, banker, the financial institution I represent, I recognize the importance now of persons having things for retirement. So, if persons require the NIS issue, will make persons have to put things in place for a pension, a private pension, if they have the means to do so. But there's a group as well, and we'll treat this next time in more detail, I guess. What we need to do is mobilize ourselves into economic units. So one of those economic units are woodworkers in Trinidad and Tobago. They have an association, and the work that I'm doing with them is to get their products sold. And we did a first one, which is a shoe closet. And so the next time I come out, we will deal with that in more detail. And this is done by persons from Trinidad and Tobago, you know. And they're creating a product line. And the product line is called Nariva, and as in the swamp, and then which is a natural wetland in Trinidad and Tobago. And the collection will be Speyside collection. So what is this came out of me looking at the landscape and saying, okay, persons, they came to me and they said we need some support in terms of building our business model together. And the same principles of mobilization to find a solution, working with the leaders of that Woodworkers Association. This is what we have come with, and then now pairing them, they mentioned the credit union sector, with the credit union sector, the people sector. So if you want a shoe closet, it's handcrafted, and you use cedar as well as the modern inside the drawers and so on and so on. You'll have the thing which is called melamine, and in the drawers you have MDF. But cedar is on the front facing. They have some that will be entirely wood, using apple mat, for example. That is a different design. But this one is at 3,600 TT. But of course, if you contact Pastor Google, we could get a discount for you at 3,000. But you could contact him, and he will get it on to us. But this is another way of finding a solution with people. Because if you're locked out of the economic system, you have to create your own economy and build your own wealth by having your dollar moving within your circles. And these are 50 plus brothers from across the country. In fact, the president of the association is from Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Woodworkers Association. And we they decided that they want to take matters in their own hands and build their own capacity, build their own economic structure. And because what they find, what you get, there's fast furniture, so things look good, but it can't last a season, two dry season, and it totally destroyed. No hope of repair. These brothers make quality stuff, and the opportunity that you have is to get termite-treated quality furniture, accessories that can work in your household. So this is a shoe closet. We have other designs that I'll bring you next, probably by the end of the month. And so just as you can call in and ask questions about the economy and so on, in the location that you are in, and this is a life project that I have of mine, how can I work with your group where you are located, your family unit, to help you get your business up? I always tell the brother, he made a bread, There the bread mash up in one day. When I reach my home, the bread destroyed. You understand? Everybody eat it one time. You could start a small bakery, but I ain't too sure if Pastor Google interested in that. But if you have the talent, you just to put the systems together and you have a bakery. You could do you could do you could do what we call this thing, just like we have a barbecue, you could do a bakery sale. You do the tickets online, and they say, okay, are going to make 100 breads, and this is the price of the bread, and this is what I'm making different types of bread and so on, and you could put in your order up front so that the bread ain't go spoil. Because bread is a thing that sell fresh on the day. And if you sell 100 bread, at the end of the month, you make a certain amount of money, you keep going every week, you could do that if you have the energy and the time. So there are some people who came to me after the election and they had some difficulty. And I say, okay, what you doing right now to earn an income? And say that they're catering. I say, okay, what about doing a barbecue once a month? Once a month, you could tie it to a cause in the community so that persons may feel even more compelled to support you and you actually help out that cause with part of the proceeds. All right? And they say, okay, they'll try it. They did it last month. They made, I think, over 3,000. And this month, they're going again. Right? In fact, they're doing it now twice in a month. So, in fact, I'm supporting them also by not just the idea, I'm also patronizing them. So, and there's a young lady, her mother came to me and she said, well, she's not working, she's studying, and she wants to study law, but she wants to stop studying law. She wants to stop studying law because no income. I said, so what can you do? She said, well, I like to bake and so on. I said, well, the same idea I'm discussing with you. Why don't you just do a thing? In fact, she was supposed to have the sale tomorrow. She called me and said, it canceled. I said, somebody eat the banana bread out. I said, no, it will be ready next week. I said, okay, so so she now has a business model that she could use. She have all the equipment home, just need to get a food badge, right? And she could make the bread and sell to friends' family, right? And from there, she can build a proper business. Now, if the response is in similar manner for as much persons as possible, we create now an ecosystem where if somebody say, okay, they want to buy, they're doing the bake and so on, they want to buy in bulk, I could say, okay, I could put you under somebody who's distributing those items. So then you endorse and we keep the money circling and we build positive action. So on my end, so for persons who are listening, and what I do professionally is I would take persons who need access to financing, whether it's $1 million US and above. I could do less than that, of course. Prepare persons who want to go to Afro-Exim Bank as well. So, but they only do it $5 million US and above. So if you're doing a housing development and so on, you can reach out to me and we can prepare it. But in terms of basic financial planning, insurance, persons want to put things aside for the children, you can contact me. And again, I can look at doing a free financing needs assessment with you. I'll send the link to the brother so that persons can book me directly. Calendly is my virtual assistant, and you can fill out the form. It's a simple, no more than 6 questions, and you book your appointment with me. Go straight to my calendar. All right. So, if persons are interested in putting things aside for their children, a savings plan, that is what I can work on. So we can talk that in detail at the next time. But I say that to say it is important, whilst we address the issues of the country, to also address the issues of income generation internally, in your household, at your family unit, and then if there are persons among you, I also told the brother you could have a classified ad section. Some of the persons who I help with their business, I will encourage them to advertise with Pastor Google, but then I'll give them the number so you could call them. because working to get advertising is work on its own. But even those of you who are listening in, you can, and you're looking for person, you have a product that you want to promote, you can promote it on Pastor Google because his numbers are significant. He gets over 3,000 plus 4,000. You understand? The numbers that he has watching him live is significant. And therefore, your product will get significant reach. And it's in a captive market. All right? And but that said, what I will do the next time I come is actually go through in some details. It should be more a session that is geared towards me explaining how the financial solutions fulfill a need. You know, I don't think I could do it now because I was running too hot now. But
you was running hot?
Yeah, well,
no,
I keep myself constrained, you know.
But you have been a constrained person all for how long I know you?
Nah, so you didn't see me talk on the platform in Moruga. But you see, in the platform in Moruga, I express myself. But it have no crowd here, so and if you hot and I hot, we burn on the building, so we had to be somebody had to be cool on it next time.
Oh, so you use it, and you have people on the live seeing how I disrespect you.
No, them me and you same height, 6'4". We could be thinking. That is not the issue. It's just that for a conversation to flow. You understand? If somebody fighting, you have to let them run, and then come and things. It's kind of like when I say something and you asking questions. You need that. That helps make for a better conversation. But what I would want, if I see I have real callers on, the most I've seen for the night, the numbers going up. Maybe we could open the lines again, get some calls.
You plan to stay here till midnight?
Well, yeah.
What?
I came late, so I wear that. The numbers going up. I can't leave now.
You happy, you know?
No, I can't leave now, man.
You. Anyway, let me just say nothing, yeah?
So.
It's interesting. It's interesting times we live in, you know. This is just 6 months.
Because I was talking about insurance, people tune in more. But let me do flatter myself.
Yeah, within 6 months, it's amazing to see all the damage that has already been done, eh?
They ain't start yet.
That's what I'm saying. This is 6 months.
The real damage is what is happening right now in the state enterprises. It have chairmen walking in and openly firing people. I'm telling you, in the organization that I was in, the chairman walked in and somebody was fired. On the day they were fired, the chairman was doing a walkthrough, and they accidentally introduced her as the person in the position. Say, no, we don't have that position in this organization. We don't have that position in this organization. Furthermore, he instructed security to escort the woman out of the building. It's the woman last day. She had to pack up her stuff. She planned and picture and so on. You understand? You just bust the person's throat. You ain't giving them a chance to, you understand? To compose herself and to say, to say goodbye to the friend and walk out the building. The person is not a threat. It's a corporate environment. They have a reputation to upkeep because they have to get a next job when they leave there. And so that damage is happening, and they're targeting persons in the procurement positions, persons in human resource management positions, because the human resource management positions fill vacancies after they bust people throat and terminate contracts. Those persons fill vacancies, and the procurement person is in charge of distributing business, paying for services. You understand? And that is where the damage is happening right now.
Everybody wins. When you NC wins.
Forget it, that song.
Trinbago wins. Trinbago wins. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend, now is the time to rise and shine. Tell your mother, tell your father, now is the time to decide. If you want leaders who can build, place your ex by the rising sun. If you want leaders who can lead properly, place your ex by the rising sun. On election day, vote UNC. Tell your neighbor, tell your friend.
So that is the song. But you see what the fox say? Once elected, I will be a what?
A vegetarian. He ain't eating no lambs. The wolf not eating any sheep.
That's what you tell them.
But, so imagine that song, right? When UNC wins, everybody wins. And in the budget, they're saying that, but you're busting people throat left, right, and center. So it's not, they're right, you know, when UNC wins, everybody in the UNC wins.
No, they didn't say that.
No, that's
not what he said.
When the UNC wins, everybody in the UNC
No,
wins.
he did not say that.
No, well,
he said when UNC win, Trinbago wins.
No, when the UNC win, UNC supporters win.
No, he did not. They didn't say that.
That is UNC supporters.
No.
That was silent.
How that was?
You missed that part of the song.
No.
They edited that out at the end. Because the reality is that the government will get a shock.
When? They're just asking for a friend.
Time will tell. But they will get a shock.
When?
When people fed up.
And when will that be?
When the day come for that, we'll know. The reality is people beyond fed up to some extent.
You fed up?
Well, I fed up a long time. But at the same time, I fed up even before the bust my throat. But at the same time,
at the same time,
I still had to hold the center because we have people now looking to you now. Right, well, what to do? Like how the same woman look to my daughter thing, what to do? And I say, no, you want to study law. That is a noble profession. I say the poorest lawyer better than somebody average in terms of income, you know. So if that is what you want to study, focus on that. And this is what they could do to earn a living. On Fridays, I do free training for some youths in Point Fortin. You always have to give back to your community. In a school in Point, the entrepreneurship class. And I have them working on a project, you know. So, and the profession I've chosen to go into since being severed, since being fired, or since winning, because once you get fired, that means you're winning. So since I started winning, you know, after this election, I got fired. Is I've
this is a joke for you. This is a sad time for some people.
If you don't laugh, you'll cry, you know.
Well,
when I get my letter to go home, is either a cry or a laugh. I choose to laugh because I can't afford to cry. People who watch me and say, well, if he crying, well, he's dead. If Obika crying, we going through what
Obika, you understand what this country really going through, right?
Yeah, people going through pain. Real pain.
Why you think people going through pain? Why?
Because the government has determined that they're going to run their agenda in this country. And so when they were firing people, this is PNM. There's no problem. It's PNM. It's only PNM we firing. But what they really mean is only black people, Africans we firing. Because PNM is dog whistle for African.
You know that there's somebody going to screen record that statement you're making there and say, watch, you see, watch what Google and them encouraging. Watch, you see, watch. Well, no, but I'm just telling you.
I will be happy if they point to the obvious fact that the UNC is deliberately targeting African people.
Let me hear this.
For the chopping block. So that
I said before
they will be
in previous
right, they'll be corrected from
because
the
I said before because I said before in previous videos when the PNM not in power, you all are rabid dogs. Emphasis on the dogs. Anybody in the UNC who is coward not to let go of PNM employees, I say fire burn all too. Because
Yes, troops in that.
I wasn't planning to shoot. Sorry about that.
No, yes, troops. The reality of it is that is how they think about PNM people.
They think about African people, that they are dogs. So if it's a dog, you could bust their throat. No problem. That is David Naked. What is PNM? What is PNM people? What is that? What is a PNM person? What does a PNM person look? It's African people he's talking about. So that is clear. And it is blatant racism, state-sanctioned racism. They basically ethnically cleansing as much as they can Africans from the state sector. In those who employed, those who get in contracts, and those who on short-term or any other type of employment. And they put up Africans as window dressing to say, well, Lori, I hear, so that means it's okay what they're doing to our people.
Okay, well, let's listen. Things that you would miss.
Somebody has to talk. Somebody needs to stand up for the truth. When the PNM was there for the last 9+ years, they didn't open their mouth on behalf of the people. You all could watch our Honorable Prime Minister, a woman of love and care and compassion for the citizens of this country, who is concerned about them more than herself, and talk. Any one of you, please shut up, sit down, pay attention, listen, learn. That is what I want the PNM officials to do going forward. Shut up.
What was her name? What is claim? What does she do? What is her profession?
She is on the board of UTT.
Is that so?
Yes.
With that kind of demeanor?
Yes. Is your problem?
So even the window dressing ain't making sense. Because I say put somebody African, put somebody a substance who could, because this is access to education. Yeah, that's a serious thing. So that is a disappointing thing, man. I thought you was going to tell me she on some community council board or something.
No, she is on the UTT board. Listen to this. I will listen to this one. Listen to this.
When we look at landlords, I mean, that can trickle down to, the tenants.
Yeah. Can I just put something there? Because that is an issue that you have to think about. And we thought about it. Now, so when we have this registry, right? So basically all the landlord. So first of all, it protects the renters, right? So that you can't have, immigrants like Venezuelans staying in substandard places. So there are regulations there. But another thing that's very important, it's going to create a market for the first time for a rental market and a true free market, because everybody who registers, the rental value will be publicly available. So you could see in ARIMA what's the rent, what are the different rents charged. Because right now it's not transparent. You don't have a market when there's no transparency. You have to see what are the different prices, and then you can choose. And so what this will do, and in addition to the decrease in construction material costs, right? So what we are looking for is an increase in accommodation and housing. So housing for people who own, and then also for renters as well. And then we will have this transparent market. So now you can look at what different people are charging for rent, and that will actually create a proper market. And we are looking at all this to actually decrease rents over time. So that's the thinking behind it.
Yeah,
so I know the fear is that it's going to pass on to the tenant, and that probably will happen in the short run. But what we are looking to do is lower rents for everybody and create a true market.
They do have some. So whilst I understand the intention with the new properties, I'm speaking about the persons who currently rent. And there are many persons who have been renting their entire life. And so you all can appreciate that for some of these tenants who currently, these real people, right? Not ghosts. These real people may have to pay an increased rent.
Yeah, so even to be honest with you, Dr. Cook Miku needs to visit a mental professional, mental health professional. But because he contradicted himself in even that short clip,
he admitted
because he said that the rents will not rise, and then he said they will rise in the short term, but they will fall again, which is madness.
Listen to your friend.
You know? So
listen to your friend.
Collecting money, and they're not here working. So you all don't understand that? Get real. You're collecting money, and they're not here working. So you all don't understand that? Get real. You all need to get real. He talking as though it was Petrotrin that was closed down. I feel in his mind, he think it's Petrotrin he was referring to, because it had nothing like 4,000 and 20,000. It was 400. And you beat in Boobily. When Petrotrin was closed down, you all should have found a Boobily and beat it. But no, Africans, wake up. This Prime Minister is the most caring woman Prime Minister we have ever had in the Caribbean, and we'll never see another one like her. You all need to wake up. I am saying tonight, wake up and reach out for the better, not for the past and what has been happening. All you're gone, 400 of you all gone. You were here for almost 5 months, and you know that had to change? No, all you like the mess. And I'm sure if you go to counting there, you're going to see 95% of the employees would have been African people. Why we dumb so? Why we don't have sense so? Listen and learn, man. She care about you all. You all are not going to be suffering for 9.5 years. Trust me, not under this Prime Minister, a woman who cares and is concerned about the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
I lost a few brain cells there, but that lady doesn't deserve to be anywhere near education. She doesn't deserve to be anywhere near education development in Trinidad and Tobago, especially where you already hardly have African representation on boards, and then you put her on a board with respect to education. I think the least said about her is better. People like her, Philip Alexander, Kirk Megu, they're not grounded in reality.
Mm.
And the messaging that they're pushing is not credible.
But the statement about people like that talking or around the UNC, isn't that going to make the leader believe that, okay, if she is an African and she is speaking like that, then the reality of it is that, there are the majority, or there are African people who support what I'm doing?
Those people don't matter if they are talking heads, because they are given the message. Those talking heads are given the message to say. The people that matter will be the grassroots on the ground. So
But the grassroots on the ground is listening to those people. Remember, those people are the ones that are sending out the coded message. They are the ones, okay, we giving already message to put it out, to chain up.
That message will work up until the point where somebody can't pay their rent. So the workers who have sent them, that message will work. Right now, they might be begging or lodging by a friend, by a family. But that too does run out now. And when that run out, and people say, well, okay, I can't help you no more, and people start to feel pain ever more, and they really recognize that there's a stone wall blocking them from getting anything because they're African. With this government and their racist policies, people will then tell the government what time it is. But until that time, we can prepare the people.
All right, let's take about 2 or 3 more calls before we close off. Mm-hmm. All right, so if you want to get in, the number to call is 464-7003. 464-7003. You never called before and you feel you want to jump in and tell a big piece of your mind, you could do so. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Pastor Google. Good evening, Dr. Opelka.
Doctor?
So when I hear it, but is that a doctor?
I receive it. I started the PhD, but I stopped it last year, so I might have to start back, so I could accept that. Continue with your with your question.
I have a problem with what they're saying about us, right? Because Black people give so much intelligence to the world, and we're so smart, and we're so wonderful, we're so creative. So when I hear people saying this about my people, it has hurt me because I'm proud to be Black. I'm proud of my Blackness. Yeah, understand? So when they bring me down at this level, what the next generation will feel? What about they will have self-pride, they will have self-worth in themselves, right? And this government come in and take out all what PNM has put for Black people to uplift themselves, to rise up, to better themselves, all the little programs, all the little grants, all the little things they put in place. What they leave for them now? What they leave for us to do? To just wallow and just give up, but we will not give up. Long as there's people like you and Pastor Google to show we are next way to rise, we will rise. And we will show them that although in this depression they have, we will still rise. That is my contribution.
Okay, thank you very much. But I could tell you something though.
Talk the talk.
Brother?
Talk the talk.
Within all of this talk we talk here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good night.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Mr. Bika. Good night, sir.
Yes, my brother. Good evening.
Yeah. Let me tell you what's going on in this country, right? You see, like I say again, there are so much outside forces out here that I just ask myself if Trinidad and Tobago is under a spell, right? And I'll give an example. The increased prices of alcohol, right? You see that they double the price, right?
They double it?
Hello? Well, I see the new price changes, right? Now, Christmas time is around the corner, and this is a time where people just buy the alcohol around Christmas time and Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, so what's going on, right? You know, there are some people, you know, when you really comment on some of these Facebook pages, you know, there are some people who have a problem with it. I know what they're telling some people.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling you that alcohol is not good, and you should settle yourself and drink more beer. Now, when you read these type of comments, you just about what kind of thing that you're encouraging in this country. So it seems that we don't have a group of people in this country who have, I don't know, under some sort of religious position, who probably see that people should not bother touching these drinks because I don't know, perhaps of the religious position, and they want to encourage everybody to avoid this thing. They have no problem with it if it is not someone that comes from Tobago.
Right, so basically, let me explain what they plan to do. They plan to. No, I just want to respond to your first point, or you finish with the second point. Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Well, let me say. So, after in the future, they might tell you what kind of food to eat. They might tell people that, you know what, you might increase the price of pork or certain food because it is kosher. So you might be forced to eat certain food like I don't know, like lamb or chicken or people who think, you understand where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what I see. So Mr. Manas right. Mr. Manas said Trinidad and Tobago is a difficult country to run. And there are some people who want to push their so-called belief or culture, right, in a certain direction so people's lifestyle or ethics will change. And this is what I see with the budget. And alcohol is one of them. I don't know if some of them is born again Christian, because if there's someone coming from.
Well, I don't want to mix politics and religion, so I'll stick to the economics of it, and which is in terms of the alcohol aspect. Last year, the government would have raised 600 million in taxes from things such as alcohol. I will I'm gonna pull up the actual thing because I'd extracted the data. All right, so they raised rum and spirits. All right, so they had raised They raised 600 million each year on average. Last year, 529 million. And of that, about 200 million, give or take, was for rum and spirits. And about 220 million was for beer. And 125 million to 200 million cigarettes.
Right. So basically, they would have.
So that is every year.
That's what they're trying. So that's what this government trying to do.
What they're trying to do now is to triple it.
Okay. Well, let me see if they will do it.
So they want to make 1.2 billion from taxing alcohol.
That's not. Everybody know that.
But what I say all that to say is that the user. So what this is, the government decide how to find a way to tax people without taxing them directly.
Yeah. But
So they taxing you for your rent through the landlord. They taxing you NIS. They taxing you with alcohol and cigarettes. And therefore, if cigarettes, right, people pay for cigarettes out of an addiction. And by increasing the tax, what you will find is persons can really hardly kick their addiction. What will happen is people will be spending money from the increased cost of cigarettes that they should spend on their household. Right? So they should not have raised that tax on cigarettes, because what it would do is it will take away money that the household need.
But them not seeing that, so, and maybe that's how you see it. Them not seeing it, so.
But they're just seeing there's a way to make money.
Yeah, that's what it is really. All right, so nobody else calling in. I think we can look to close off. It's after 12. It's already 5:12. And I don't want to make no more noise in my community.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right, so I think I am ready to close off. All right, so the reality of it is that I await to see after Saturday what is the real response of people. Because at the end of the day, all this at a talk. And caller, hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
All right, good evening. I will close off the show with this one. I'm thankful to Mr. Obika for coming on tonight and talking about the business aspect of the whole thing. I totally endorse that in the sense we had to be able to build off of the negativity of what transpiring right now with this government that we dealing with here. And I also want to say, you know how I live in Trinidad sometimes, I live in America sometimes, right? And we have a couple of friends of mine with positive brothers trying to look to do the right thing. Anyhow, the bottom line is, so we, all of us have homes and stuff, and from time to time we need people to do stuff for us. You know how hard it is to find a African person like myself to do the job that we need to get done. And I'm telling you honestly, sometimes when you hire, you try your best to hire your own kind. And the reality, to tell the truth, the least amount of people I have issues with while doing work on my home from time to time is the East Indian man. And that is very disheartening. So I'm happy to see that you guys trying to put something together that will be professional and that we could afford to try to help us support our own. And I must commend you guys for that. So I'm really looking forward to that you guys will be having some, like a listing, advertising that we can afford to, choose and be able to pull people from our pool that we can depend on. So I really want to commend you guys for that aspect of the show tonight. So hopefully we will get that off the ground soon. I hear Mr. Obika say by his next sitting with you, Pastor Google, that he should have some more positive information on this aspect of things. And truly, I'm looking forward to that, because while also I talk about Trinidad, Right now, in the process, my daughter moved me. In the process of trying to put something together in Tobago for some land we just purchased. So we need all the help we can get as African people to get African support. I want to say thanks to you guys for this tonight. All right, have a good night, guys.
Good night to you too, and I will leave the link to make the appointments, because just a link you click and you fill it out with Pastor Google, so that if you want to access it, you can book the appointments, and it's a virtual appointment, not in person, with me.
Okay, because I would really appreciate that, because like I say, I more or less live out of the US for the most part. We always try to network with each other to find people that you could depend on and rely on to do your stuff. Because a lot of times while we're getting stuff done, we might not be based in Trinidad, we might be based outside trying to get people to do stuff. So that we will very much appreciate.
But you know what, Caller? Caller, before you go, you know, I sat down here and I listened to you and I listened to Obika and I'm sitting here and I'm thinking to myself, this network isn't run by air. I don't go by the internet box and blow in the box and say, well, right, I blow enough air so Amplia will keep me on to continue this kind of talk. I don't go by tea and tech and lift my hands 50 times and pay my light bill. And the reality of it is that while everybody appreciating what is being done, there is a cost to keep it up. And I feel the only time people will realize that what I'm saying here is a fact is if it come off. So while we like what we're hearing and we appreciate and we there is a cost to keep this rolling. Obika is here. Obika saying what it is not I have a laptop, I move from a camcorder, now you're seeing a camera. You understand? And these things cost dinero, money. You understand?
Making yourself available.
Pastor Google, can I interject? Right? I want to tell you something, right, sir? I listened to you over 12 years or more since you used to come on at night in the other place. I am not now listening to you. But I'm saying that to say this thing. I live in America. I know there's a cost to everything. And I watch your program, and I see you always talking about the donations and all of that. But I'm saying, if you're looking, I know you're looking for the donation, but somehow or the other, I didn't like how you come across just now, saying, but you don't wave your hand and them kind of thing. This is not the kind of talk you talk to somebody who is trying to reach out to you, to connect. All I'm saying is, if I know it is a cost and you need donations, but the other say, caller, never go on. We go appreciate if all I could help make donations to keep the program going, because it's not cheap, it's not free, right? And that is the approach.
But I've been doing that. But caller, I've been doing that. If you have been listening to me, if you have been listening, I'm not trying to be. No, but if you're listening to me, right, but if you're listening to me as much as you said you are, for this week, let me tell you something, and I say it in front of Obika. The only reason why I'm on, you realize I wasn't on a day in this week?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Right, because my internet was cut. You know who paid for the internet?
Google.
Wait, just now. You know who paid for the internet to come back on?
Listen to what I'm saying to you.
No, you know, no, but I sharing with you something. Is that when I came back on this week, right? I said to everybody, I did it. If you listen back the program, you'll hear when I said it. I said that I need the support. I genuinely need the support. And the same thing.
I agree. Listen, hear what I'm saying to you, you know. I agree with you 100%, you know. I am not disagreeing with you, you know. I am just simply saying it is the approach. And I will tell you something further. You know, just today, I say to myself, when I come to Trinidad, because I will be in Trinidad on Sunday. I come in Trinidad on Sunday because I have things to come and get done. And I say to myself, I go get the number of the thing and go by First Citizen and make a donation. So it's not, I understand that things cost money. I understand that, sir. And I respect that. And I am willing, I don't have no issue in trying to help as much as I can also, because what you guys are trying to accomplish is something beneficial to us as African people. And I will tell you even further, just the fact that Mr. Obika has put himself forward in this endeavor, I see it as something that I could depend on, because I have seen in the past where people come and form black organization, and within a week, 2 weeks, it's bacchanal and all kind of things. I've been looking at you guys for years, sir. You know how much nights I stay up with you all night listening to your programs back in the day? So I know what's going on in Trinidad. I'm fully aware of what's going on in Trinidad. I'm always in Trinidad. Actually, I was home in Trinidad and voted for the election. I'm always home. I'm in and out, but I stay focused. I stay on my radio. I stay paying attention. So I don't have no issue with that. All I'm saying there is the delivery, right? I don't have no issue with you asking for the donation and the help, because yes, and I hear you saying, because I hear you all the time, you know. I hear you saying also that you don't get, you're not getting a paycheck and all of that. I'm hearing you, and I agree with you. And I agree that maybe we could pay a subscription fee or something to help keep your program going. And maybe if you come up with a number and say, guys, listen, if the people who subscribe to your program, if you could donate X amount, give a number sometimes. So it might make it more easier than just leaving it up to the individual. And I understand why you leave it up to the individual to it, because some will give more than some. But all I'm saying is, I don't have a problem with it. And for what you guys are doing, we have to support. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to disrespect you or anything. Trust me. I'm just saying to you, I just didn't like how you come across the first time.
Have a good night, sir.
You as well, sir. Thank you.
All right. I think I said this for me and Omega. I think I get there. All right. So this is what the Prime Minister said as I leave.
If you're UNC, if you're TPP, PNM,
hello, good evening.
PEP, or any other
Hello,
affiliation.
Good night.
Hi, good evening.
I want to congratulate both of you, and feel for him a little, because I think he was complimenting you all, and I am in support that you all are doing a fantastic job. It might look simple, but to us up here, I think you all are doing a beautiful job. So just let me say a little prayer with you all before you all close off. Father, tonight I give you praise and thanks for these two gentlemen. Lord, you have given them the wisdom to come on the air, to share with us. And Father, I just pray that you will continue to bless them, especially Pastor Google, who is looking for the donation concerning his program. Lord, you're no man's debtor. And you said 1,000 on the hill belongs to you. All the silver and gold is yours. So I ask you to provide for him. What man can do it? We know you can do it. You will find a donate. Some people to donate him. Father, that you will bless him. Father God, not forgetting Brother Obi. My God, you have been using him, Lord, and I pray, God, you will open a door for him. Not one door, but open doors for him, and that he will help us as Black people in this country. God, continue to bless us. You said, yes, for the burn-faced people. So I'm looking forward to it, Lord God, and it will continue in 2026. In Jesus' name, protect them as they go. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so I'll be kind of looking to, yeah.
If you're UNC, if you're TPP, PNM, PEP, or any other affiliation, I see you. You'll be treated. If you're UNC, if you're TPP, PNM, PEP, or any other affiliation, I see you. You'll be treated equally and fairly. I made a promise that everybody will win, and I plan to fulfill that promise.
Closing remarks, sir?
Well, looking forward to the budget tomorrow, the budget response of the opposition leader and the debate that will follow after that. Looking forward to the budget response of the opposition leader and the debate that will follow after that tomorrow. In addition to which, looking forward to come back here maybe at the end of the budget debate in the lower house, which should be by Wednesday or so, I think, or Thursday. So same time next week it should be finished. To do a recap as to what came out of the budget, but also we could have a sandwich program where maybe before we get heavy on the how to put it, on the budget, I come in and do basically, specifically how an annuity will work and how getting a mortgage, setting up a mortgage with life insurance will work, as well as the brothers work in terms of the Woodworkers Association now. All right? So, because what I want to get persons clear on is how to own an asset, which is land. And there are different ways to do it. You can do it through the mortgage system, or you can do it on your own through a lawyer and so on. So I want to focus on wealth creation. And at the same time, we can then, after that, so I could probably come in earlier, not as late, and we'll do that segment for an hour or 45 minutes, if not so much, and then we go straight into treating with the budget, a full recap of everything, because we'd have had the benefit of the entire debate by Thursday. Please God.
All right. Once we up and running,
and I want to encourage your viewers.
Once we
I am somebody who dealing. What is the annual cost? What is the annual minimum cost of getting this thing? Right? If I were to give advice to you as a business advisor, right, I will say this. Getting donations requires targets. Contributions requires targets. So you're right in not asking persons to give $1,000 or $10,000 or $100. But what would help persons is what is the total target? You know, like a church have a building fund, and you see that we reach 10% of the fund already, you know, and the fund is $500,000. So, okay, your target can be, what is the cost to run your program for the year? And the cost of the program is not just the equipment, it's you, because the reality is without you and having the equipment, you can't run the program. Otherwise, you have to take your time to do something else. You understand? So if you say, okay, the cost to run the program for the year is 100,000 TT, 14,000 US, right? Then you say, okay, we start in the fund at 100,000 TT. How much do we have? Who could contribute? Where we reach today? Today we reach 1% of the target. We reach 0.5% of the target. And the target is we have to meet that target by December. And they go like that, you know, just like a GoFundMe, you know. Or you also set up a GoFundMe as well, because the GoFundMe has a target built into it, and persons can anonymously give. A lot of people like to give without people knowing that they give. You know, that is the next thing too. So having the GoFundMe and having the bank account, but you're also telling people, okay, this is my target for the year. We reach X% of the target. And you run it like that. And that way you might find persons coming in to give more substantial amounts too. Because they're seeing where the money is going. In addition to that, I would also then recommend maybe that you have such a large following, you have something that could engage them with. So it could be an activity like a event. You know, but they'll have to, the following will have to determine what that can be. And through the event, they can pay money as well. So you also have a strong platform. So the third level, so donations is 1, an event is 2, because some people might give you a donation, but they'll pay to come to something. You understand? And the third one is, so I'm saying this also for your listeners, your followers. The third one is you can have a charitable endeavor in the community, and your program supports it in part, so persons can contribute towards this endeavor. So the endeavor could be an event, and part of the proceeds of the event goes to young people in the community, whether it's something that you're interested in, whether it's giving them school books so they can go to school, bags, shoes, whatever. But the activity can be that you have a community cake sale, bake sale, and persons can give funding, people can give materials, people can give, and then persons will buy as well. And because it's a part proceeds supports young people in the community will also support it. But the donations should have a target, and I feel 100,000 should be the target that you set. And then you have an event, so those who don't want to give donations, they'll come to the event, whether it's a boat ride or a lime or what have you. But the event will have to come after donations, because it costs money to have an event, as you know. So I think the donation should be the first target. And once you put that out there, but you put it out, the donation is the platform, the GoFundMe TNT platform. I don't know if you could access that. There's a simple platform for persons to pay, and they can pay from international sources as well as the bank account. And you set yourself that target. Once you meet the target, you say, okay, you could do something else now. You could have the event. So that's my 2 cents.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So I think that's where I have to leave it this evening. Trinidad and Tobago, thank you all very, very much for being on with me. All right. Tomorrow, the People's National Movement have a meeting, a public meeting at the Belmont Community Center, which is held in Mr. Stuart Young constituency. Right, so they are heading into Mr. Stuart Young constituency tomorrow, where he will be speaking, Mr. Scotland will be speaking, and Mr. Imbert will be speaking with the political leader, Ms. Penelope Beckles Robinson. We'll all be speaking at the community center, Belmont Community Center, tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock around there. So, if you are in that Port of Spain area, make your way to the meeting now, and you will hear the opposition's view on the budget and other issues that are confronting Trinidad and Tobago. All right? So, make sure and be a part of that. Okay? What else I wanted to share with you guys? So, don't forget, on the 31st of October, Friday, the young people in this community is having a Bake and Shack sale. All right, so Colombo Kings Steel Orchestra is having a Bake and Shack sale, $40. All right, Friday the 31st. You have to order now. So make your orders. So it's strictly by orders. So you can call the numbers that you're seeing on the screen and tell them Pastor Google tell you about it. And you're calling in to make your order for your Bake and Shack. Cool? On Friday the 31st. Help the young people as they get ready to get their jerseys, their pan sticks, their whatever that they need to get to represent the community. So it's on the 31st of October. Our Bake and Shack sale, Colombo Kings Orchestra. The young people of Colombo Kings are doing this. All right. This So this is done by a young lady from my community also. Aliyah. Aliyah is an entrepreneur. She has her own dance school, and she is doing a dance, production, Breaking the Silence, a dance production at the Creative Arts Center on the 30th of November, 2025 at 6 p.m. Tickets, early bird tickets at 100, regular tickets would be 150. You can WhatsApp Aliyah at 266-9751 for tickets, all right? And she will give you the tickets. Let's tell her Uncle Google. Say, Uncle, tell me to call you for tickets, girl. And she will give you the necessary information to get on board. All right.
Opportunities are built on connections, and this is where they begin. Join us for Business Network and Chill 2025, happening Friday, October 10th at 7 p.m. at the Elegant Cafe Lounge in Q Rep.
It's more than networking. It's a platform to share your vision. Each entrepreneur will be afforded 5 minutes to highlight their brand, showcase their products, and open the door to potential partnerships.
You have to take action. You can absorb the information, but if you do nothing about it, nothing will change, right? And it's a safe place for like-minded, brilliant minds now, to come together and share ideas.
Bring your business cards, branded materials, and your best pitch. Sip on premium coffees, teas, and light, delicious bites while engaging with like-minded innovators in a relaxed, inspiring setting. It's easy to register online or pay at the door.
Registration is only $50 for business owners and $20 for guests. Register today to secure your spot.
Every moment is a chance to elevate your brand. Don't miss Business Network and Chill 2025, where connections turn into opportunities.
Eyes Promotion presents We Outside Tobago Carnival 3, October 24th to 27th, an all-inclusive package, inclusive of breakfast, lunch, and accommodations. Smith Drive, Lowlands, Tobago, opposite Gulf City Mall. Limited spots. Book yours now. Call 713-4029. Accommodation options: 1 bedroom with a kitchenette, 2 beds, up to 4 people, or 2 bedrooms self-contained, 6 people max, queen size, plus single beds. Check-in time 2:30 p.m. Check out 11 a.m. Limited spots available. Prices with breakfast and lunch: $2,000 per person. Breakfast only $1,700 per person. Half payment due by July 31st. Pay off by September 30th. Non-refundable. Payment plans available. For more info and to book your spots, call 713-4029. We Outside Tobago Carnival 3 from October 24th to 27th. All courtesy Brown Eyes Promotion. We do not own the copyrights for the song playing in the background.
You give your hand to me and let me say hello, and now in walking speed, my heart is beating so, and anyone can tell. You think you know me well, well you don't know me.
Hey guys, I am Nigel O'Connor, a singer for all seasons. I am that voice that moves you for every occasion. I am that voice that celebrates life moments one note at a time. I am Nigel O'Connor. You can contact me at 783-0054 or 754-3154. And oh yes, that's me singing in the background.
Trinidad. It's back for 2 nights only. The explosive hit comedy stage play by Alan Charles. Why Didn't I Get Married? It's not good for a man to be alone. But what about the black woman? Is the church guilty of keeping women single? Or is there really a man shortage? Come laugh, cry, and think at a show that's more than a play. It's a conversation, not for the easily offended. Saturday, 1st November, 7 p.m. at USC Auditorium, Maracas, St. Joseph. Sunday, 9th November, 6 p.m. at Sapa, San Fernando. Tickets for the USC campus, $200 in advance, $225 at the door. Tickets for Sapa, $225 in advance, and $250 at the door. Get them at USC campus, A&A Pharmacy Port of Spain, Maranatha Bookshop, San Fernando, Living Legacy Pharmacy Arima, or online at theticketsellers.co.uk. Why Didn't I Get Married? Don't miss the comedy that everyone will be talking about. Brought to you by the University of the Southern Caribbean and Focus Arts Promotions.
I recall more than 3 decades ago, a senior telecommunications manager, let's call him Michael. And Michael was assigned to the task of presenting the government's position at a regional conference. Michael struggled and visibly trembled, especially since he presented after the retired North American ambassador, who had the audience in stitches, laughing up every word. I'm Dr. Madonna Dodd, and I made a silent vow then to help people like Michael, who are technically competent, but who struggle and succumb to fear when speaking in public. Now, as a communications architect, I partner with organizations and individual leaders to transform their leadership presence, including the way they express themselves. So, if your goal is to amplify your authentic voice, influence others, and lead with confidence, join me from October 28th to November 11th for our Communicate with Confidence online course. To all the Michaels, it's possible to overcome fear, step fully into your role, and lead with confidence.
During our 3 weeks course, I gained a lot of knowledge and insight on how to communicate with confidence using the different techniques and skills taught. Another thing that resonated for me is the fact that the same way singers prepare their voice, increase their lung capacity by eating healthy, doing the necessary breathing exercises, is the same way someone who is going to present should also prepare their voice. For persons who are interested in participating in this course, I say go for it, because you too will be able to find your coping skills, or how the runners and they just psych up themselves when they're on the start line before they start to be focused to finish that race. You would be able to find your coping mechanism.
The information provided by the speakers and/or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
This makes a plan that we call Trinbago. Relevant question today. Now that the man retire, people spitting fire, and every talking head having their say. For in this makes a plan that we call Trinbago. Many times it does just relevant question today. Now that the man retire, people spitting fire, and every
Mr. Trinidad, tell me what scene you on. Do you just like political confusion? You criticizing the way you live, yet you can't produce an alternative. You say you against the power structure, you ain't like the opposition either. But take care, you jump out the hot water and end up in the center of the fire. Because you refuse to vote in election, but then you want revolution. You're strongly against communism. You walk out on colonialism. You say if William had to go, but who to replace him? You ain't know. So to make a long story short from in front, Trinidadians ain't really know what they want. My friend, if you don't want democracy, the opposite is guerrilla activity. If you don't want democratic improvement, you have to want a revolutionist government. And yet when Guy Harewood went in the hills with Jennifer Jones, you let them get killed. All you're doing is grinning and skylarking. You come like the ass in the lion's skin, because you say Robinson is a traitor. You say what's than that about Granger.